Good morning, people. Let us get us prepped and ready. Feel my slip like my fire with cold desire. Ah, okay, got the palette all set up. What are we gonna work on to start the day off? Did some more work on Goblin last night. Spent some more time kind of reinforcing some shadows. And once those ads are over, we will get started. Coffee, delicious. You know what? Because I got them all out, I might play with the Blood Bowl stuff a little bit more. Just pop it to that final level. Because I did say I was going to do photos of it tonight. All right, there's my 12 dwarves. And I just feel like they need a couple accents on them. Excuse me, I need to cough. And I think I'm going to give them more emeralds. Like, I'm going to give them more gems. All right. Where did I put my goofy goggles? There they are. Let's say I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of use out of this guy. But if I flip all the lenses down together and then I look through that one, it gives me 20 times zoom. So that's kind of cool. And welcome in, everybody. My name is Studio Boneless. Appreciate all of you taking the time to pop in, hang out, spend some time with me on a Saturday. Appreciate such a beautiful day. It's nice and sunny. Got the fresh coffee. I got the room cleaned up so my cats are able to come in right now if they choose. Guys might get to meet Mimmer. He was in here a little earlier being a bit curious. Thank you to Fenris, as always, for these brushes. With how things are going right now, you guys do not know how much I needed this. Very, very much helped. They are. Yeah, just very thankful for Fenris Workshop. And I'm going to adjust the microphone back so I stop bonking my head on it. Let me know if I need to adjust or if my... I think that might be better. I'm having... See if I can get it a little bit closer. That should be better there. Yeah. I might need to bring my music down a bit because I'm definitely not where I need to be for my audio right now. Other than when I'm redlining there. But no, it doesn't look too bad. Black lines kissing into the yellows. We're going to give them some big-ass gems in their armor now. These are dwarves, after all. They should be a little bit ostentatious. And that actually is exactly what we needed to just break the model up, break those colors up. Ostentatious. That's going in the book. That's a good word. That's just not a word you were expecting me to be able to use casually in a sentence. I was trying to think of something other than gaudy. Like I was trying to come up with a word, and I was like, the only other one that was coming to mind, yeah, was gaudy. And I'm like, I don't know if that's an appropriate word to say on stream. Is that a bad word now? Also, welcome in, Tickage.
Nice sweep, no sweep. Give your balls a tug.
Oh, you triggered one of the rare ones. Oh no, that was not. Yeah, you got you got one of the rare ones there, Marquis. How'd you like that? There are Tug now is I've been slowly adding more chirps into it, so it can trigger other things. So give your balls a tug is the most common one, but there are other ones it will play, and some of them are significantly more offensive than anything I've played on the channel so far. Right from Slick Rick into Gordon Lightfoot, that's a transition. The legend is the Chippewa down. Catch you later, Marquis. You know what? I don't need these right now. I'll grab them when I'm getting into some more difficult detailing stuff, but right now, don't mind me, I'm just painting my own dwarfs along. Hell yeah! Be respectful of my diggers like that. I love painting dwarfs. So. Could it be the North when they were? Yeah, I was just kind of looking at them, and I was like, they're good. You know, I like how these guys look. I like they've got their transfers, but there's just a few details that I was like, you know, they need something to break this all up. So why don't I give them a bunch of like giant ass like emeralds in their armor? Because that does seem like something dwarves would do. And they call it a mine. A mine. Damn it. Fellas, it's too rough to feed ya. At 7 p.m., the main hatchway caved in. He said, fellas, it's been good to know ya. There we go. These dwarves look dope. I'll try to just control my brush strokes. There we go. Still. 29 times. I love the Edmund Fitzgerald. And there we go. One at a time, just getting those little details popped in. Giving the dwarves a little extra love, a little extra shine. And there we go. Another. I love French punk. Trust is like a pretty underrated band. I'm gonna do a quick double check, make sure there's none of the other ones I missed. I see one actually, 69 is missing. And a little bit on his elbow as well. I don't know what this playlist is today, but I'm okay with this. So the plan for today, again, is we're just going to poke around at some models. We're going to have some fun. We're going to chill out. We're not going to really stress about stuff. And we're going to just move some color around. I want to get a bunch of stuff finished so that way I can have it packed. Because I move on Tuesday. So I got to kind of get prepped for that. I'm not sure if you guys have kind of noticed that the office is becoming more and more bare, that the lighting in here for like my camera and stuff is getting a bit worse. Just because I had to, yeah, take most things down. There's like no background art anymore or anything either. It's okay though. It's gonna look really good at the new location. You're gonna get to see my kitchen. Send for your misfortune. Well, that sounded like a squeaky toy at the bottom of the stairs. That could only mean one thing. That's Sigurd. You guys want to meet? You guys want to see my cat? We're gonna bring him upstairs. We're gonna bring him up. Let's grab the cat. Let's go grab the cat. Hi, Sigurd. No, he just wanted to go up on the couch. Stelitzer, thanks for the stream streak. Sorry, I was just off to the side. Well, you pulled in. Cats. Cat doing cat stuff. It's the wobbly cat, so I had to go and check on him. Hope you're having a good day so far. And I've been sitting in the car all day. That sounds unpleasant. Work or travel or what's going on? Hopefully we can make you laugh with some painting, some jokes, and some good tunes. I guess everybody, you might be traveling back from Easter or to Easter, or it is Easter this weekend. Easter always confuses me. I don't understand how the day changes. Smile on my face and a gun in your mouth. Another trip. This one was for the night, but if things I want to paint, it annoys me often I get in trouble when I'm trying to do so. Yeah, that's kind of how life goes. It's always something. It's family or pets or work or I know how it goes. It feels like there's always something kind of in the way. But I just try to find the time. Mr. B, throw a pick up in your Discord. Would like some honest critique. I'll give you some honest critique here. Give me a second. Clean the brush out. And because you're asking for it, are you okay if I bring it up on stream and talk about it a bit? And excellent. Also, welcome in, Waylanders. Appreciate you being here. throw you a shout out after we take a quick look at this for you. Okay. Okay. Let's swap that over really quick. For starters, your camera grabbed the focus on the. I'll show you here. Your camera's focusing on the texture in your handle. So your camera focused low. However, you've got really nice color here. Like it's actually what's nice here is it shows you that when it's as soon as it goes out of focus, everything is blended really nicely. You've got nice lines. You could add in a little bit like so the first question I guess I have is like, so what are we going for with this one? Because you've got it looks good. The head looks good. You've got nice lighting here. It looks like it's coming down from like directly noon, which means the hat might pull a larger V down the face. You got the brim of the hat here, right? So if you have the sun coming from above, you're gonna that the brim of the hat is gonna cast a larger shadow. So you need to kind of think about the cone of that. If it's front lit, then you've got that fine. And then I would just so like if you're doing front lighting, that's fine. But then you would need to kind of emphasize more around the chin here and bring more in on the neck to really harden some of those lines. I like your colors. I like the purples. I like the use of all the reds and the yellows in the skin. And this eye, you gotta, what I would do here is you've got a lot of your purple on the eyeball itself. So the makeup looks good. You got it. This side's really good. You have a little bit along here. Easiest way to smooth that out would be to pull a thin line of like a purple or of like a reddy magenta to give the this part of the eye. But yeah, if you because of that you've got you brought quite a bit of the makeup onto the eye right here, so I would want to get that touched up. And again, Waylanders, like I hope you know, I have to get nitpicky with you because you are a very talented painter. So this is not like you're not just getting the basic. Everybody in chat right now should know I always try to give critique based on where a person's at. You should hear what so it's always going to be based at where the person is at. So if you're looking at this thinking, how is he finding things that this person could be working at? It's just coming from a place of, I know what Waylander can do. I know what the next steps for them are. For me, it would be cleaning up that eye, getting a bit of the red in there, and then you need to decide on your lighting now. Because right now, you've got everything kind of sketched in really nicely. Everything's highlighted really nicely. But I don't know what time of day it is. I don't know what kind of environment they're in. Is it cold? Is it warm? Sorry, and now I'm going to come back and look at I asked for a critique and I expected one. If I wanted patting on the head, I'd show my mom. Oh, Waylanders, I don't say that for you. I say that to new people. I'll get beginner painters who hear me say this, and it's for beginners, so they understand that I'm not going to come down on them with the same kind of like critique that you're going to get here. Everybody is always judged based on where they're at, not this isn't an award show. Nobody's coming to me to get a golden demon. You want that kind of help? You go talk to. I know multiple painters I can put you in touch with if that's the kind of coaching you want. That's not the kind of coaching I can offer. But yeah, I really like your colors. biggest thing for me on that, Waylanders, and what I'd like to see from you especially, is to push the intensity of your lighting. I really liked how you did it with the bust, how you kind of brought in that like two colors converging. And I'd like to see you take what you learned from that and bring that forward on this one. Exactly. So this is exactly, but the key point for that is your lighting is good. Like when I say your lighting now, it's not about the your blends look good. Everything looks really good. I'm really happy with all that. I would say fix the one eye up. But beyond that, it's really about getting into the intensity of the shadow and picking out your time of day. It's awkward because I'm trying to get into the habit of like doing stuff like knowing to go like, okay, like that area is falling into shadow, so we can just like darken and darken and darken. Will you look at my demon prints if I share in chat? Absolutely, I'll take a look at your demon prints. Are you in the Discord still, sir? If not, easiest way to get me to take a look at some of your stuff here. Just jump in there, throw it up in the community miniatures or the feedback requests. And yeah, I'll take a look. Just let me know when it's posted. Ain't got Discord. Do you got an Instagram link? You can link to Insta, that's fine too. No weird links. Just unfortunately, yeah. Discord, Instagram, anything like that. You got the thumbs up on, but we got sent something funky once while we were live, and that kind of ruined it for everyone. Give me a minute. I've got to post it first. Yeah. If you get the demon prints up, I will gladly take a look at that for you. Honestly, providing people feedback on their artwork is my favorite part of what I do. This is why I'm wanting to like. This is why I started my application to art to art school, so I could get a degree in visual arts, so I can start teaching art at like at high schools. So, like that's I when I say that, like it's genuinely I love teaching. I love teaching people how to do things. And I know a lot of people say like those who can't teach, and I was like, dude, you have to be able to teach. And hope that helps, Waylanders. And for anybody in here that is not following Waylanders, they're a phenomenal painter. I highly recommend you check them out on both Twitch and Instagram. I've been really enjoying how the especially the streaming community on Twitch. Like a lot of the miniature painters, I really appreciate how we've all been leaning in on each other. Just checked in, go and check on others. Probably Ninja Smoke Bomb. Going out honking and tonking there, Desmond. Catch you on the flip side. If you make it back, I appreciate you. If you don't, I appreciate the lurk and the poppin'. But yeah, I've really appreciated the Twitch community for miniature painters and the way that we've all kind of grown together in our ability to paint. Everybody kind of just relies on everybody for feedback. And it makes me very happy. I love how I know that if the RoseCon banner is there, it's my people. I mean, Chris asked me about like if I wanted to do a class at it before he found out I wasn't EU. And then it was really funny because I was like, I can't this year, but next year, if I was like, I will try and plan for it. So I very likely, if I can swing it, will be taking if I can find the money for it, I want to take a flight to Wales next year to teach at RoseCon. And if it interferes with my classes, I am certain that I can convince my professors that it is technically relevant to my degree. Because I'm going to be taking a visual studies degree, or because I'm taking a visual art degree, or because I'm trying to go to school for visual arts, I am pretty sure I could just be like, is this not me teaching art? You know, is this not relevant to what I'm going to be doing? Some great landscapes in Wales. My family's from there. I've never been. My only question is somebody with a Welsh last name is what do the Welsh have against vowels? My last name is 1 second. I just want to decant 1 second. My last name is 8 letters, and there is not a vowel in it. Just so you know, my last name is 8 letters, and there are no vowels. We started using the English spelling of it a couple generations ago because I think they got sick of trying to explain it to people. And I've gone back to the Welsh spelling. You're coming into the degree from the professional side, saying you have a job contractual obligation is usually a rubber stamp. That's exactly it, right? Like, it's especially for an art degree. If I'm coming into it at that, I could just be like, yeah, I just get, here's video evidence that I was teaching a course. Here's me and all my students, and especially because like I've talked to, and like I've often thought, what would I teach? What would I teach? What would I teach? And it's like I would honestly teach batch painting and the commission process. Sheepshagger. That's really good. That's really good. No, it's a very common last name. I think so, at least. Also, a paper from a convention staff with a letterhead usually does it. And welcome in, Dan. But yeah, that was exactly my thoughts, right? Like, that if I want to go to RoseCon, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll teach that class, Chris, and then I'll come out and do a 2-hour seminar on batch painting and commission painting, and then go enjoy a few days in Wales. Just decided I want the dwarves to have some emeralds. One second. I'm trying to think of how that would even be pronounced, and I'm like, that would be Illan. Would that would be Illan, right? Yeah, Llewellyn. You know what? I'm just gonna put it in check because I'm really not that worried these days. Because at some point, my last name will get out. At some point, my last name is going to get out. I cannot hide it forever. I mean, half the painters on here use like I like. What am I going to do? Like, Wapelius doesn't seem that scared. We all know his name. But yeah, no, I've got literally like the most Welsh name possible. Waylanders, translate that one. I went to uni with the Gareth Griffiths. Typically it's an S sound. Ours is pronounced with an S, but yeah. We pronounce the D's, or we pronounce the Griffith. Griffith. Do I how did I did I get it right? Do I need to try once more? Griffith. There you go, Tick. Yeah, no, mine is not pronounced Griffith. It's Fis. We pronounce the D's as S's. And I have no idea if I'm related to them, but it's not that common of a last name. Or I don't know how common of a last name it is when it uses the traditional spelling. Was he from Anglesey? Because if he was from Anglesey or Shrewsbury, they were actually my cousin. Just that's a fun fact. If it was in Anglesey or Shrewsbury, actually my cousin. If it's in one of those two places, genuinely my cousin. Otherwise, no idea who the fuck they are. The family split in the 1800s when half of them crossed over to Shrewsbury, and the ones that crossed over to England changed their name to the English spelling. Might actually be a very distant cousin of mine then. That's really fun. I have no idea. Well, it's Waylanders. The interesting thing for us is like because my family hasn't been in the country, we haven't been in Canada for that long. On my dad's side, I'm a first generation. So like my dad is an immigrant, or was an immigrant. He left. He went back to his country. But like my dad was an immigrant. And on my mom's side, I'm only third generation. My great grandpa was born in the UK, right? So like we haven't even been on this continent we've only been on the continent for about 110 years. So I'm only about 4 generations removed. My aunt emigrated to Calgary in the 70s. Calgary in the 70s was a very different place. Calgary in the 70s resembles nothing of what Calgary is like now. Even with all of the cultural drift and everything, it's actually still more progressive. Even with the ongoing separatism movement and like the far right politics and things of it, believe it or not, Calgary has actually still gotten more progressive. It was not a very progressive place. It was not a very progressive city. You can take that because I'm from the coast, the West Coast.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude.
You
Too much.
twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Shout out.
Twist his dick!
Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
Shout out Waylanders Wandering. Don't worry, I'm gonna let that one through. All right, so let's take a look at this. And sorry, before I go into this feedback, or do you just want me to showcase, or do you want me to go over where I think you should go with this? We haven't done this before, Stolitzer. We don't have the established relationship, so apparently, Tickage, your name got flagged for bot activity when White Wolf tried to talk to you. Why is it possible? Okay, let's see what we can do. Okay, your lighting is a little bit dark, but you're off to a good... Okay. Let's see what I can see here. The first thing I would focus on for you here. I like that. I like the gory eye. I like that you've got some highlights in the hair here. I like the kind of purple or the blue Night Lord's metallic that you have going on. First and foremost is going to be trying to get in here. You've got a couple areas that just need a little bit of cleanup. So if you came in with your base coat and got that blue applied in here one more time, right around these edges, and just tidied up a couple of these panels, that will give you a ton of life. Next up, I would say the wings could use a little bit of attention because wings are a really big focal point on a model, right? So wings, you want to have lots of texture on it. So you've kind of got the one layer, not one, you got 2 layers of highlights. I can see your base tone. I can see a mid tone. I can see a highlight tone. What I might suggest, especially with wings, is if you came in and applied that same scratching highlight fashion that you've done across, but reapply it with just a fleshy tone. Then you can do your grays again and redo it all, like reapply it. But don't be afraid to just keep doing scratch across the wings until you've built up so much texture that you can't actually see, like, that the brush strokes have all worked into each other. Wings take so much texturing. This is a really, really good start. I really like where you're at. I would say focus in first and foremost on just cleaning up a couple areas around the chest here. And then you can also, if you want to get your golds a bit brighter around the edges, you could bring in a bit of gold mixed with a silver tone just to start bringing out some of these bright areas. Like I would go like right here. Maybe a little bit right here on the forehead of the skull in like a little doop, like a little V shape right there. Touch right along here. One little bit maybe along here. And then little bit at the tip of the backpack, just grabbing little bits of areas to show that there's an area of shine coming up. Because the gold looks nice, but you want it to be just a slight bit more reflective. This is off to a really, really good start. I like where you're going with this. You got a really good sense of direction. It's a really nice model. And I do like seeing that you're already attempting highlights. I do like seeing that you are starting to push into getting some nice shadows going on. I would say just cleaning up a couple of those base coats and then keep pushing a little bit harder in both directions. Does that make sense? White Wolf is like if you ever want to learn how to paint wings, if you're not following White Wolf, I highly recommend you check him out. He is pretty fucking good at it. And you're still working on a model that has them right now, right? Because you're not, are you done, Be'lakor, or what are you at right now, White Wolf? I can't remember what the last piece you were doing was. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't paying that much attention. Love you, boo. But yeah, if you're following White Wolf, he is an absolute master of wings. I would maybe not. He's going to dispute me calling him a master, but he's very good at them, and he's somebody whom I would say if that's an area you want to improve, he's a really good resource for that. No, I've done Be'lakor working on Usharon, but slapped together a quick bust. What is Usharon? I'm gonna be. I don't know the names of the models, so. Oh, this one, yes. God, I'm loving this one. If you raffle that one off, I might accidentally bankrupt myself trying to buy tickets. I'd be throwing Henrik fucking subs at you to try and get that one. Oh, that's beautiful too. Are you okay if I pull this up, White Wolf? Because this actually really showcases what I'm talking about at a significantly higher level than I'm kind of I'm like this gives me a really nice example for Stelitzer to actually see here. Because that the way you've done the scales and brought your highlights in really showcases that nicely. I'm gonna snooze this, swap back to that, open this up one more time. So Stelitzer, when I'm talking about the way that you're like just bringing that little bit in, you see how he just like this is all purple, but there's that little bit of magenta just at the tip, and you don't have to get your blends this smooth because like I'm going to show you when you get up really, really close here, those are hard lines. This is only a 3-color transition, maybe 4, but technically it's more than a 4-color transition, but it's only done with 2 colors. Like there's 2 paints in use here with several layers in between them. But I only see 2 colors in that. So maybe 3 if we're gonna count a blending white. But that's that, right? Same thing, you say he's got all the little stippling in the eye there. Yeah, we've got that little really tight bit of cyan across the nose here and how it goes dark right there. Or with the wings. Yeah. Yeah, that gives you a really nice example of just kind of what I'm saying about placing highlights. You just need to go a wee bit brighter and slap them down and just catch kind of the tips to start emphasizing details. Well, thank you for sharing this, because again, this is like the perfect example and the perfect level for exactly what I want to say. So thank you. Chimera paints. 3 paints. There's some blue mixed in the violet. I got a good eye for this, don't I? I got a pretty good eye for this shit. I was like 2, maybe 3. I didn't have chat open when I said that. But yeah, that looks really nice. And yeah, so that's a kind of when you're seeing highlights. But I really liked how you showcase on that you saw how much I had to zoom in for you guys to see that like those lines didn't actually have to get blended out. You need to get in with the microscope to realize half the time if you're careful with and you're methodical. Exactly. He's an absolute mad lad, but and seeing as we're raving about his artwork right now, let's see if this works. Nope. That works. There we go. The exact issue I had when I looked at my models. Too Kind has always got my ass whooped in comp. You know what? I still think you did. I still think your pieces are phenomenal. I love your use of color, and whether or not you won in competition, you know what I'm proud of? You did it. I'm proud of the fact you did it because I remember a year ago when you were hesitant about taking your stuff to competition, White Wolf. I can remember a year ago when there was some hesitation about even taking your stuff to competition. Now you're like, I got another one next month. That's a fucking winner's mentality right there. He didn't hear no bell. Go Wing, go Wing. We don't celebrate traitors in this stream. Oh yeah. Dude, Wayne is a contentious topic these days. He's not liked and he's not very well liked in the West Coast anymore, and he's lost a lot of his love in Canada. Mostly because he keeps telling our government to make concessions to the US. And he didn't show up to accept the Order of Canada because he was too busy having dinner with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. So he's a fucking traitor to our country when he did not show up to receive the Order of Canada. If you cannot show up to receive our country's greatest honor, White Wolf, that would be the equivalent of not showing up to your knighthood. We don't do knighting in Canada. The equivalent would be receiving the Order of Canada. So it would be the equivalent of not showing up to your knighting because you were too busy hanging out with a foreign leader. So, yeah, Gretzky is not well liked anymore, unfortunately. It's the Congressional Medal of Honor in U.S. terms. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be the same as receiving the Congressional Medal of Honor in U.S. terms. And he didn't show up for it, which is an insult. That is such an it is such an insult. But it's okay because now we recognize a significantly more Canadian hero, Gordie Howe. Nowadays, Gordie Howe is Gordie Howe is the epitome of fucking Canadian. If anybody doesn't know, Gordie Howe is most famous for his. No, Gordie Howe is famous for the Gordie Howe hat trick, which is the act of scoring a goal, getting an assist, and winning a fight in a single game. We named a bridge after him. We just recently built the Gordie Howe Memorial Bridge. My thought. I don't know what that emote is supposed to be. Bryan Adams. My thought, but apparently this is too much. Yeah, I would dial that back a bit. The blood is fun, but it's definitely. Yeah, that's a good one. Are you gonna sing it or am I? I got my first real 6-string. Oh, I hate all of you. Also, the one that I always reference it. Nobody ever catches it when I say Canada has apologized for Bryan Adams on numerous occasions. That one, it's a that is a reference to South Park. Not enough to balance the scene. Yeah, that's. I would say Dan has got a good one on that. If you want to go with a really bloody bass, here, let's do one. Let's make a really bloody bass right now together, okay? There's absolutely no reason. So let's do that after we have the ad break here. It's gonna hit in about 2.5 minutes here, and then when we come back from ads, I will take you guys through how to do like a quick gore bass, because that's so much easier than just explaining it. One of the keys when you're doing a gory bass is understanding that blood exists in numerous colors and numerous textures. It's quite gross, but you got to think about the viscosity. You got to think about how the person was killed. You got to think about what happened. Time for some show and tell on gory bases, I guess. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll take you through how to do so. Or I'll take you through them in just a moment, okay? Because I've got, I actually do have some good photos for that. Because it's like one of my favorite ways of doing a gory base, for example, Stelitzer. Do you want it to look like somebody previously stepped on a landmine there? Okay. You want it to look like somebody got hit by an artillery strike. That's an awesome one. I can show you how to do that. That's really easy. The key with the artillery strike is creating the cone of effect. So, here. This is one of my favorite ones to do. Well, it's important. Like, you need to do your storytelling. You got to know how they died. How did they get blown up? Like, did they stay? So it's okay. So we know artillery came down. This is a direct hit. Or sorry, was it a direct? Did they get hit directly, Stulitzer, or did it hit beside them and like blast?
Should have heard your mum last night. She sounded like a window closing on a Tonkinese cat's tail. Sounded like.
What'd you think of that one, Marky?
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Shrapnel from a nearby guy. Shrapnel from a nearby shell got a guy. Where did it hit him? Paint it, you scum. You to kiss your ass. Well, better yet, yeah. Bite it, you scum. Things you're not expecting to hear in a painting stream usually. Tick. Songs you're not the entire front. Only thing left of the guy is his arm. 1 second. The entire front. The only thing left. Okay, so if the only thing left is his arm, then it's not a shrapnel hit. That's a direct hit. Shrapnel would not incinerate a person. Shrapnel causes arterial sprays. So the first thing to note is how a person. So that's one of the clear points to note is that if they got hit by shrapnel, they're not going to explode. They could lose a limb, but they're gonna spray blood. They're not going to, and if it's hot shrapnel, they're not even gonna spray blood. They're gonna just have deep fucking gouges. So depending on the heat and where they are from it, shrapnel's not going to do that. So that's one of the key things to note to begin with is that you got to think about this is why this is not what I bet you were expecting to start with this. Now we're into ads here, so we'll keep going when you get back from this. But yeah, this is kind of a key thing to note is you have to understand how these things work. The gruesome questions I get to ask on stream. And let me go really quickly find some pictures for you guys. Bite it, you scum. There we go. Unless actually, oh, here, wait 1 second. There we go. So when we're back from ads. So streamer mode is enabled. Shit. All right, what's happening here? We're painting toys and listening to music, and I'm about to give a demonstration on gore. One of my favorite ones to do. How you doing, Desi? Making some big NMM gold crown. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, now that we are back from ads, so when you're trying to do gore Stelitzer, you're got to understand that like shrapnel isn't gonna incinerate a guy; it's gonna cause spraying. So it's gonna spray blood. It's not typically going to see if I can again get some better pictures here. So like for example, when you're doing blood, you're always thinking about what happened in the scene. So right here, you got somebody who was, I can't remember what that one was. That was somebody I remember correctly. So that was somebody who got shot and then fell into the sandbags as they were charging. So they fell forward and then went back against it and then bled out against the front of the bag. Here, you've got just misting of blood across it. So this is something very large got shot and it created a mist of blood that came out. So this is something like you'd use if you have like a behemoth type creature and you just want that kind of droplets across it, right? That's what it would look like then clean. I'm gonna swap cameras really quickly. Hold up, apparently I have to set up the desk. No worries. Next up, again, sorry about the random shuffling here. You've got the arterial spray. So this is what happens if someone gets hit in the neck. It will spray out in a straight line, so it will get a long, straight spurt. So if somebody is hit in the throat, it sprays out in a straight line, and you'll get large, thick dollops. So it's not going to get little droplets. You're going to get massive gobs coming down, and it will spray in one straight line because the aorta artery, or sorry, the carotid artery has like fucking 80 psi. Like it can spray far. This one here is from the wrong angle, but this is somebody who got shot in the head from. So this one is what it would look like with a headshot. You get the frontal spray that comes out from it, and then the blast of the skull in the background. So when something gets shot in the head, you'll get an initial bit that will come out the forehead, but most comes out the back of the head. This one's just a little bit of blood, man, or this one's just a little bit of blood, you know. And then, fucking hell. All right. Next up, getting into it. Let's go through. What do we got on? Do I have any good ones I need to go through on this one? Yeah, that's actually kind of good for that too. So I've got one here. And I apologize because the person's name is in this, so that's why I have to keep going back and forth, or I'm trying to like at least give them some discretion. So there is like old blood. So this is blood this is burnt and old blood. So say for example, if you had a blast that blew up the concrete, the blood that ends up in the dirt is going to end up quite burgundy, almost like a purpley sienna color, because it's blood soaked scorched earth. So you've got a black brown soil, and you need to make sure that you get the burn effect on the ground to really sell the effect. Now, what else do we got? So we've also got a couple easy ones here. This is one of my favorite ones. So, say for example, you've got a guy who got held down and repeatedly had his head bashed in against something. So that's the old beat his head in on a fucking pointy stick or pointy rock. So if you end up this is essentially how you would signify that there's okay, they've gotten to hand combat, you grabbed him and fucking just start slamming the guy's head into it. Like it's a brutal way to go. So you got to get that kind of nice dark buildup. You get a bit of the brain and gore material around that, the spatter out, and then it runs down the front. You can even get a little bit of speckling onto the other one, but keep everything relatively clean for that. Here we go. When somebody gets hit with artillery, it is going to be mostly black with a thin ring of red around the outside of it because you need to have where the artillery hit, and that's where the person used to be. And then you have that little tiny ring right here. So see, this is all blackish or all black brown. So that's where there was, this one was specifically a landmine. So this was what happens when somebody steps on a landmine, right? You have the dark impact, you've got the ring of the explosion, and then you've got the red around the outside of it from the crater effect where the rest of them got sent. And then this is how you do old dried blood, is you want to bring in elements of kind of that orange brown. So you see how the blood on this one looks like it's now older. So not only is this somebody who's been, bled out, because you can see specifically where I have the bullet hole, the impact, where they fell, where they bled, but they've been dead for a few weeks. Blood turns brown. I'm not sure if you've ever seen what, blood stains on concrete, but they turn like brown within a couple days. Hello, everybody. I'm almost amazed that we also get some fun fact. I mean, fun fact from Boneless, history, biology. And looks like exactly. So the key is essentially with that. Let's see if I have any other good ones. So that can show that off really quickly. Scroll back a bit. Sorry, guys, I don't have my chat. I'm doing single monitor right now, so I don't have the old running chat and at the same time. Oh my goodness, where is this piece? I do a lot of work for this guy. Okay, how are we getting close now? I'm back like 6 months of work. Here's the Thanatar. Fudge, what the crud? I cannot find this. Yeah, I'm trying to find this really quickly. Oh, here it is. There we go, actually. Here we go. This is the final step on how to do something like this, where this is now dry blood. Or this is dry aged blood. So this is how you do blood in a dry environment. And how it will go on, it'll lose a lot of its gloss, and you end up with coppery red staining. When you're doing something like this, it's the same thing. Even on it, like, see, so like this is the kind of thing I want to show off. Like, even in a sacrificial corn altar of blood that is supposed to be a hyper gory piece, right? Like, you notice how there's some blood, but it's not overpowering everything. This is the unfinished version of it. I'll see if I can get one more shot of the finished one. Now that I've actually found the piece. Yeah, no, that's all I got for that. Sorry. But yeah, so that should give you some lessons in how to do blood. Oh, I don't do an overlay intentionally. I know how to do the Twitch chat overlays. I choose not to use them because I like having more of my screen showing. I used to have one. We actually put it up to a community vote. Learning the depths of gore, new miniature fetish, realistic rituals. Well, the thing is, Desmond, is when you think about these things, right? Like even another example of like the realistic gore, right? Like we've got this piece here. With Astaroth, right? With like he's got literally a chunk of his brain falling out the back of his head. We've got the gore splatter going on. The base has to correlate with the medic, though. Okay, let's see what the medic looks like, because that could give me a ton of direction on this. So you got the medic coming in like that. Okay, so let's do a base then. Let's make one together. Let's do it together on stream. Let's do this together, okay? Grab what size do I got? I gotta have one base kicking around somewhere. Give me a round base. Give me a round base. Come on, people. I gotta have one round base kicking around somewhere. Yeah. Bear with me for 1 second. I'm gonna check my closet if I don't have one there. Oh, here we go. Burp. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go and let's do a gore-based Stelitzer. Before we do that, I'm going to just slap down my final layer of highlights I need to do on these guys really quickly before I forget what I was doing. And before that color all dries. But yeah, hope everybody is having an excellent day so far. I pulled it out. Oh, yikes. Electrician work around. Yeah. So 3 fingers. Fingers are weird because they're just gonna gush. So it's just gonna be heavy droplets and kind of pooling, but can usually be dealt with high pressure, or like you can usually stop the bleed on that one through pressure. But so like if you're doing somebody who's had a couple fingies chopped off, which is also one that I've done, that one causes heavy drip in whatever direction it's going. Saws and augers aren't nice things to be injured by. Nope. The most hardcore thing was a chainsaw on the left shoulder. Chainsaw through the... Okay, so chainsaws are nasty because it's a rip. You're not... They don't cut, they tear. Right? So, like, a chainsaw-based injury is... You know, like, I've seen, like, a saw... But that's the... Like, if you go through, like, a saw, it is a nice clean cut. It's a high-spinning blade. Usually, often high carbide or even, you know, diamond tipped. So, like, very, very sharp. Whereas a chainsaw, it rips. I remember the guy. Oh, sorry, Desmond. Yeah, don't want to remind you of that. We'll change the topic because that's, yeah. I appreciate you giving us heads up on that. Desmond is speaking from experience, not from it's if you read his last message, it's a little bit clearer. He's speaking from experience, not from just studying in textbooks. Not from it's not from a movie, and it's not from a medical journal. So we're gonna change the topic for that. And there we go. Getting those gems popped in. Wash my brush really quickly. I'd like to thank Fenris Workshop one more time for sponsoring me with these brushes. For what I paid versus what I'm getting. They are really good. So thank you, Fenris Workshop. As always. I know you said I only needed to do it once, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep just shouting you guys out because I really like you. And I really like the product. Yeah. Oh, no, I've worked in the trades, man. I've seen it. I did a couple years in trades. I've seen it. I know what I know what happens. So, are you there, Stulitzer? So I'm going to start going over the base really quickly. And again, the first thing you're going to want to do always is, even if you're going for a gore base, finally upgraded desk. Excellent. So this is first thing first. Even if you're doing a gore base, start with mud texture. So you said, Buddy, you said the guy is supposed to have. I wasn't fully understanding. You said so somebody got their arm taken off by shrapnel is the effect you want to go for by an artillery blast. But yeah, my first step is always going to be putting some mud down. What you're actually going to notice I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be so first of first. You see how I've built that kind of crater? Well, unless I got butchered my hobby bud. I butchered my everything for the last few months. I butchered my fucking... Yeah, I feel that. All right, because I've used some texture paste in that water, I'm going to need to change out my water before I continue here. So yeah. So first steps first is you see how I built that. And then I'm going to hit this with a blow dryer really quickly to rapid dry it so we can just move through this, okay? I don't want to deal with it. Nope, it's not right. Blow dryer. Fuck that. House is really empty right now. Meant to head to the LGS, ended up with another sword. Yeah, I mean, swords are rad. Yeah. Everyone needs a hobby. So first step here is, again, I'm going to get the mud. Because you want it to look like he's running towards someone who's been hit, right? Like, it's not, you're not doing, if you're not doing multiple models on the base, if you're just doing the one model that's painted like a medic, to look like this is the environment he's in. Yeah, so what you're going to want to focus on is just the artillery crate. Don't have the models yet. So starting off, yeah, we're going to focus on getting that crater done. I'm using a texture paste. I am using texture paste for this. This is Vallejo earth texture. I think it's European mud specifically. But yeah, what's up, Desmond? Hope you're doing okay. We're working on a crater. Oh, bones working on my face. So as you're seeing, I'm going to show you kind of an angle here, Stellator. Dude, I get it. I get it. As soon as you said that, I kind of agree. As I said, I was like, we're changing the topic. It's over. We're not bringing it up again. I understood that you're not referencing a movie or something, so it's all good. We understand, and yeah, it's all good, man. And especially with stuff like that, just don't ever feel like you got to justify it. You always put yourself first. So next up here, we need to get that nice and dry. Ooh. Second Lord of the Rings sword. It's sort of, you got Boromir's sword? That's a nice one. What kind of trickery is happening here? We are trying to show off how to do an explosion base. So Stellator is doing a base of a medic running over where artillery has recently hit, right? So first steps first, you put your mud down. Second is you put up the, I think I'm done buying Lord of the Rings swords for now after this one. That's fair. You get that nice crater because you need to show an indentation, because that's also going to give the impression that mud flung around everywhere. There's blood and gore and guts and, you know, shit. I'm swapping to my brushes that I don't care about right now, and I'm taking a thinned out bit of water, some Black Templar contrast. I'm going to start mashing it in and letting the burnt area mix in to that dirt and mud. That's already there, see? And then, if we want to just go really fast on this, I'm going to swap over. I'm not even going to use Blood for the Blood God. I'm not even going to use an actual blood effect. I'm going to swap over to Medic seems way over. My texture paints don't dry very fast, even with a fan on it. I am using warm air. But typically, I'm using some rush technique, Stelitzer, to get this going for stream, so I don't have to take too long on it, because I'm just doing a quick demo. But yeah, normally I would have let this dry for probably at least 6 hours before I came into this part that I'm doing right now, which is then you're going to come in with your gore and your red like this, okay? And 1 second. Then we're going to go one more dip into that. Boom. There you go. How's that for a battlefield blast? Then the next step would be to dry brush this once it's fully cured. But you see how we're just kind of mashing the colors together, and then what I'm going to do again is, now that I've got all that red in there, I'm going to take the black one more time. Get it really intense at the center. Watch. Now we're going to hit it with the blow dryer again. Perfect teaching material, Boneless. Thank you. I only have Abaddon black, no contrast. Mix it with some water. 1 part Abaddon black, 4 parts water. There you go. Yeah, 4 or 5 parts water to 1 part Abaddon black. You're fine. It looks like Tom Hardy and Bronson. You sure do pussy out early. Fair. Exactly. So there you go. You got that, right? Definitely seen that movie. Definitely seen Boneless Blood. Nope, nobody in here has. Hopefully we keep that way. And then I'm just going to grab a model that looks like it's running really quickly. Quick demo. You just position them kind of like that. So you get the medic, so they're running through the crater. And then you bring the... Then when you're doing the blood on them, right, what you're going to do is... This is me again. I'm not even going to prime this model for this. I'm just going to use this for a quick little demo bit here. But you're literally just going to take the model, say that, okay, that's the foot that's going in. Take your brush and directionally hold the model upside down before you attach it and go... You can just... Oh, shit! Spillage. Oh, God. It's going to look like a murder scene over here. I just spilled half a pot of blood for the blood god. It's about to get very on topic. Okay, you guys are about to see what it looks like when you beat the fuck out of someone bare knuckle. And that's typically what your hand's gonna look like bare knuckle boxing. And this is pretty standard. That's pretty standard. Except usually you'll have no skin left here, and this will be just bone showing, and usually this one will also be bone showing. Man, you've done some bare knuckle. You know what I'm talking about. Unless you can't hit. Oh, man, I would always end up, like, splitting my knuckles. I don't know how guys didn't do it. I don't, even with gloves on. Like, it's part of why I didn't, it's part of what my interest in bare, or, like, part of why I didn't care that much about bare knuckle either, is because, like, my hands would take just as much damage with my gloves on. Those guys are reckless. I respect them. Bare knuckle boxers? Nah. Bare knuckle boxing is the safest form of fighting. A boxing glove is a weapon. You're aware of that, right? Or you know that, right, Desmond? Boxing gloves are weapons. They are not for safety. You can punch roughly 4 times harder when you have a glove on without breaking your hand. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say it's my pointer and my, or the index finger and the middle finger are always split open. If it's your ring finger or your pinky knuckle, I like my boxing gloves. The bigger hits a bigger area. Yes, it hits a bigger area, and it allows you to protect your hands in a way and inflict more concussive force than you would be able to without the glove. Therefore, the boxing glove itself is a weapon. It's not protecting anybody. It is for an illusion of safety. Boxing gloves do nothing but provide an illusion of safety because they prevent superficial damage and cutting, but they actually increase the amount of concussive damage that a person takes. And at the end of the day, superficial damage, like if your face is split up, you end up with scars, you might end up, looking a little uggo or whatever, you might have some issues with that. But at the end of the day, scar tissue on your face is significantly less damaging to your health in the long run than blunt force trauma to the brain. Yeah, that's happened to me once too. I've broken my hands a few times. Man. I've broken it a few times myself, so. But yeah, so one of the ways I was going to go back and show you guys before I tip that paint, and I'm going to go wash my hands after this, but yeah, you just kind of flick it aggressively, like that, and you can, like, up the foot, so it looks like it might have squelched. You see? You want it to look like the foot squelched into the blood, and then if you got too much on, come back in with the water even, or come back in with some water, and let it rinse the blood off too. You can actually subtract the blood with your brush a bit. See? take some of that off. Maybe just kind of squelched up the foot. Depends on the sport. I disagree with you. Halfway is the truth. Gloves protect. Gloves protect your hands in boxing. Gloves will protect your hands. However, they do not protect your brain. Boxing, there is more brain damage in boxing than there is in you see higher rates of brain damage in boxing than you do in MMA currently. And the number one speculation behind that is the fact that they're using A, the lighter gloves, and B, I'm not boxing, by the way. Okay, yeah, so between boxing and bare knuckle boxing, only gloves I own. So you like the 4 ouncers. Anyways, 4 ounce Kempo. So the similar thing, right? Like when you're doing full contact sparring, right? Like I don't like sparring with headgear. Because when I have my headgear on, I don't roll punches the same way. You take my as soon as I have my headgear off, I want to roll, I want to slip, I don't want to get caught clean. As soon as I have my headgear on, I don't really care that much if I'm getting punched in the head. So I tend to walk down punches I wouldn't normally walk down. This is where I talk about the illusion of safety, right? That headgear is a 1/4 inch piece of foam that is giving me the illusion of it, despite the fact it's really only preventing my face from getting cut. Because like I got my nose broken with my headgear on. I've had black eyes with my headgear on. I got my tooth broken with my headgear on. The only thing it prevents is getting your face cut up. I gotta go wash my hands really quickly. I will be good enough. Boxing, exactly. There's also mixed martial arts. Typically, there is the chance you can get choked out, an armbar, whatever, which actually, believe it or not, arm bars don't cause any brain damage. Got the Reikland Flesh Shade ready to go on Sauron's wings. That is going to be a really good call. Okay, I think mine is almost dry enough that I'm going to jump ahead one tiny step, okay? So I'm going to show you here. Next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab just a fleshy color, something I can quickly dry brush with. Felliser, do you know how to do dry brushing? I ask not to be insulting, but has anybody taken you through how to do a dry brush yet? If not, I would like to take you through that really quickly because there are a couple of steps to it. Now, as you level up in painting, you might start moving away from dry. I can, just not very well. Okay. Let me take you through this then. I am link friendly as long as it's Discord, Instagram, not something weird. As long as it's not a document, I don't open files. You know, if it's as long as it's like not some weird. Yeah, pretty much Discord, Instagram, nothing weird. So I use a dry palette, although this is not necessary. This is just, again, I'm only going to use this. Don't move away from dry brushing. Dry brushing is love. Dry brushing is super awesome. So what I was going to say is a lot of people will move away from dry brushing as they advance. But even then, I still find constant uses for dry brushing and my dry brushes, up to and including with stippling. But so like I use a dry palette for this. Do not think you need to own something like this. Paper towel will work just as well. Throw you a shout out in just a second there, Spoon. Welcome in. Happy Easter. Hope you and yours are having a good weekend. So, the reason the wood dry palette is nice is because it doesn't pull moisture the same way that paper towel does. Just very lightly letting the brush grab some of the textures that exist on the model. You can, and then if you wanted to go a little bit heavier than that, you can. Let's say you wanted a bit more texture. Maybe you don't remove as much of the paint, right? And then you're just going to kind of gently. I like to use circular motions because if you're moving it in a circle, especially on something like this, if you're doing a very light pressure and you move it in a circle, you don't build up flicking textures and you don't end up with that aggressive, like, dry brushed look. You end up with the so by using those tight little circles, it doesn't give you that like dry brushed effect. It instead kind of just catches and slowly brings out some of the details. There you go. How does one dry brush white? You don't. You should always avoid the use of white. You're typically going to avoid using white. I gotta swap my paint water out because there's texture paste in it. So yeah, there you go though. How do you like that, Stolzer? Does that give you a nice? Does that see how like when we were talking before, and you were wanting to go for that kind of like gore artillery base, right? The base is snow. You can't avoid the white. I'll take you through that in a second. I would actually bring in elements of blue for that, but we can once you get your texture paste and everything dried, Bloop, Radio Free Super Soul, blood soup. Absolutely, we're making blood soup. We're teaching them how to make a bowl of blood soup. But yeah, so that's kind of how you would do it, where they're stepping on a landmine or getting hit with that, and then again, same thing. Then you position the model because you've got that really nice medic model. You get them so they're stepping over, running through the mess. Maybe get some of that gore splatting up the leg, and you're set. But this is a great battlefield gore base. Welcome in, Radio Free. I'm going to start the next shout out. That's going to my boy Spoon Handle. And let's get back into the painting process too. Actually, I got to swap out the water really quickly. It's a great white. All Through and Gray is a really good one. I use... This is one of my favorite whites. Is Sunrise Blue. This is a great white. But pure white, exactly. So I'll explain this when I get back, Stolitzer, but we'll go over this. You use lead white? Ah, the most delicious of the white paints. Also, I thought you typically preferred using a zinc blending white. I always thought you were more partial to zinc or to a transparent zinc blending white pigments. I don't use zinc in oils. Oh, that makes sense. Use Pro Acryl white. Had tons of success with it. Takes all the frustrations out. Oh yeah, the Pro Acryl ones have been absolutely phenomenal. I quite like them. I've done a lot of my. I've got a couple different brands right now. Like I use Mr. Pigments paints, who like one of my regular viewers here. He has his own line. I use his, or I've been using his mostly lately. But the Bold Titanium White is really good. I find that I check the link. Okay, I will pop that up really quick. 1 second. Take a look at that. Oh, those are awesome. Nice fight shorts, dude. Like those are really nice. I typically don't use white at all. I'm an ivory guy. I like my ivories. I like ice yellow. I like pale skin tones or like pale peach colors. But I do not typically touch pure white. So I'm going to add a touch of golden yellow. I'm using, and again, this is Blood Bowl stuff, so we are using quite a bit of Pro Acryl stuff right now. Too late, change the camo on the guard. They already have 4 tanks. The Behemoth painted with it. Hell yeah. Could have put lighting. It's only a pain if you think it's going to be a pain. If you think it's going to be fun to do, it'll be fun. Trick is being excited about it, you know? I thought it was going to be a pain to do all of... Oh, you guys haven't seen this yet either. Here, we'll show this off. I did a bunch of work last night off stream. I got to fix up around here a bit. But the plague troll is like, I don't know, I got a couple Instagram messages from people about this one. And like I was not feeling confident about my direction with that. And I'm like, I think I'm doing too much. I feel like I'm going overboard. And then I got a message from like an artist who very, very reputable, very respectable person. Could not believe, just it was very, very nice for them to touch base about that and just be like, well, thank you. Thank you. I needed that. But they said they essentially the same thing. It's like, no, you just got to push through. Because this is fun. They were like, no, what you're doing is fucking awesome. You just need to finish it. And both, I've got really awesome people challenging me to do better and finish my pieces to a degree that I haven't done in the past. And pigments, zirconium white is similar to lead, but not as toxic. That's what I was gonna say. I thought zirconium. My brain was thinking zinc white, but that wasn't right. And I was like, dude, it's the transparent blending white. I know it. Zirconium, not so it's the zirconium, not the not the zinc. Okay. I'm glad that I had the letter correct. I knew it was the Z one, but it was the wrong Z word. And no, you don't get partial marks for getting the first letter correct. This is not fucking horseshoes, Boneless. You're going into art school. But yeah, as I'm applying for art school, I don't get partial marks on that. So when you guys hit me with those quizzes, I have to get it correct. Yo, I can't even remember the last time I heard this song. I will be good. I'm very. I know that like this. I'm not even. If I could, you've never heard this one? Oh, this is Lust More Than Wargasm off of Cradle of Filth's 1999 album, Cruelty and the Beast. A very good song. Some like classic wannabe death metal, black metal, and they try to be black metal, but they're not. The only people that think Cradle of Filth is black metal is Cradle of Filth. Cast her dispersions on life's spread tall glass, and though her eyes still held fire, the storm walls caged the beast against lassitudes of death. She fought without decree. Amidst lies and collusion, she was martyred to teach divinity and lust forever forbidden to meet. But I swore that they would before the veil could part the embrace. Twixt her cold silent hips I kissed and promised Christendom and flames. Respect me, always no worries. That obsesses the heart. I am governed by words to avenge her. Heaven's splendor, I surrender my soul to the to what she prophecies, all a bitterness scourge, whole revelations playing over carrion herds, vexing nightmares, and the weak press hinder her decree to rid the world of their disease. Never ask. No worries. Yeah. I have a very. I get it. Memes I don't typically do in chat because I just. But. It can get hard to moderate off-platform content. Or get sorry, it gets a lot harder to moderate off platform, which is I think why a lot of them are. Oh, welcome in everybody. My name's Boneless. I paint toys. I do it on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, sometimes on Mondays. This week we are not going to be having the Monday stream because I move on Tuesday, and Monday I need to move all of my personal shit over to the house and build my office. So that way, ideally, we can still have the Thursday stream next week. I'm hoping to be back on by Thursday. But yeah, like art school, I'm only applying to it because I want the job that comes at the end of the degree. I don't actually, I mean, I might learn some stuff. I hope I learn some. But I'm also not going in with the anticipation. Move is in 4 days, yes. Yeah, we move on Tuesday. It is Saturday right now, so Sunday, Monday, 3 days. We get 2 days to pack the rest of the house. Aside the white roses. I've just been told to cope because my friend doesn't put blood on his Grey Knights because it's dirty and blood shouldn't go on a model in any quantity. Your friend is correct to a degree. Oh, in any quantity, no. If you're going to put blood on a model, though, it does need to be done quite sparingly because it can very quickly overwhelm. This song is... There you go, Desmond. Those Grey Knights are too shiny. Chainswords have entered the conversation. Exactly. So, like, it's a personal preference, right? Like, if you want your models to be covered in blood and gore, cover your models in blood and gore. If you want your models to be in pristine armor and have it look like they polished their... Grey Knights, due to their religious fanaticism, I could fully believe a Grey Knight, as soon as they are done combat, takes their armor off and polishes it. Also, yeah, you try to... Why are you gray? Anytime he tells you not to be bloody, just respond with that. His banner isn't even colored or damaged in any way. Yeah. So, like, I'll show you, like, when I do elves... Elves are always super clean. Why are you gray? So like when I do an elf, it's always going to be much cleaner. And I know we're into ads right now, so I'm going to give it a moment and I'll go over that all in a second, just in case. But for those of you that are here, yeah, it's typically a situation of like whatever you paint the model as, it's fine. It doesn't need to be. It needs to bring you joy. It's the hardest one. It's the millennial humor. Honestly, like I can't help but smirk every time I hear it. I don't know anybody who doesn't giggle at that one, though. If you think I'm wrong for laughing at it, then so be it. So exactly, like, I've got my dwarves here all very clean because, my dwarf Blood Bowl team is super duper clean. Oh, exactly. And like Quantum Leap is not even an offensive show, Spoon. Like overall, that's really the only offensive moment from Quantum Leap. The show itself is actually pretty wholesome. Like exactly why it's so funny is like Quantum Leap is a really wholesome show, and then that one scene is just so offensive. And it's really just one of those moments of like, this is just something from the 90s that did not age. So now that we are back from ads, at least that's what my Twitch is telling me. Essentially, you can put as much blood or as little blood as you want on your models. Like for something like Grey Knights, because they are religious zealots, they are extremely fanatical. I could 100% believe that the second a Grey Knight is done battle, they go back in the ship, they take their armor off, they wash it, they polish it, and then they put it back on. Like I could 100% see Grey Knights washing and polishing and shining their armor after every single battle. I could see them doing it after a march, because Grey Knights are a specific level of fanatical, just polishing their rods constantly. Exactly. Now, an orc, no. The second battle is over, they most certainly go and kill the civilians. Exactly. But, like, they are... Based on... When you consider the Grey Knights and how they are... They're likely going to be a cleaner-looking faction. Whereas something like, I don't know, maybe the Orcs. Orcs are going to be bloody. My Blood Bowl team's here, right? Like, my Bretonnians are pretty clean. My Dwarfs are pretty clean. My Norska are not clean. My Norska are gory as hell. Also, Spoon, just... I'm going to throw Mr. Pigments a shout out. I just want to say, thank you again for teaching me how to do transfers. It's one of those really easy things that we don't really get. I'm going to be doing some Grey Knights for my cousin in a couple weeks here. They're also clean during battle. No. I could Grey Knights again. I could see them staying clean because they don't use chainswords. Like, all of the Grey Knight weaponry is energy. They've got their energy spears and their wrist-mounted bolt. I could actually very easily see Grey Knights staying... Exactly, but as armies go, I could... And because it's an energy weapon, it's not going to splatter because energy weapons won't spray. Or again, it would go... Energy weapons cauterize as they cut, right? So, like, the spears that the Grey Knights use do not cause bleeding. Wait for his Castellan to fight me next game, and they told him Sauron was going to wreck him because Sauron 4 and 4 Grey Knights. It's the way to do it, Stelter. But you just you paint the models the way you want to paint them. Play with them the way you want to play with them. Make them look however they make you happy. You know, I do recommend not going overkill on certain aspects. Because again, like, if I say Wood Elf, when you think of Wood Elves, for example, it would be a little bit... I mean, the Wood Elves might look a little bit silly covered in blood. Elves are typically associated with being extremely clean. I will say that, yeah, they absolutely would just jump on an orc's head. My favorite is in Secret Level. When Titus just steps through the biker. There's that beautiful moment in Secret Level when Titus just steps through the biker and, like, shoulder checks him, and the guy just explodes. It was the truck that he went through, right? He shoulder checks the truck. You know? So that should give you some perspective on it too, right? Like, they're... Because that's actually one of the other aspects to consider, right? Is that they can, with how fast the Space Marines move. About weapon, what type of gore bonus is the master of accidents and accidents, what not accidents, jokes aside. Thank you. No worries, man. Storytelling is important in your models, and I learned a lot of this one day because I mixed up oil paint, and I was doing a painting. And I noticed that the oil I mixed up had the exact viscosity of blood. And it had the exact color of blood. So what I did is I stood around putting the paint on a knife and then moving around and practicing different movements to see, how do you know the viscosity of blood? Because I've had my nose broken 7 times. Fuck, I'll do it right now just to show off. 1, 2, 3. And we'll just give it a quick. Put it back. That's how I know the viscosity of blood. Anybody wanted a little bit of proof that I used to fight? My nose doesn't bleed when it breaks anymore. I can just snap it in and out. That's why we call him boneless. Honestly, double-jointed nose. Double-jointed everywhere, Super Soul. I am double-jointed in every joint. That is actually why I'm called boneless. It was my nickname in boxing due to my double-jointedness. Did you only do... I did boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo. So I've done some traditional, some non-traditional. Typically, I prefer modern martial arts over traditional ones because I find that they have adapted more over the years. Actually, that's not true. I've also done Dutch kickboxing. I've done Dutch kickboxing too. The difference between Dutch kickboxing and Muay Thai is basically just how you stand and whether or not elbows. The efficiency. It's not about the efficiency of it. So, like, modern martial arts, I'll allow that. So, it's being locked into the tradition that causes a lot of the problems, right? So, like, there's lots of... I gotta take my headset off for this, but I can demo some stuff because the room's nice and empty here. So, like, a lot of my traditional kickboxing and stuff, right? Like, I'm not gonna... When I'm throwing head kicks and things, like, I'm not gonna use my Taekwondo kicks, you know? What I'm more likely to do is come through and use a Thai kick. The only real kicks that you're gonna be utilizing, right, is your Thai kicks. Because a lot of the traditional martial arts aren't teaching you how to lock and load your hips. And that is an extremely important part of that, right? If your foot's not turned over and you don't got that done, and trying to go slow and keep it in frame, you don't pull through the same way. So I can, come in with some classics. Foot above the head type shit. But I'm more likely to just rely on that classic Western boxing. So, same thing, so Dutch kickboxing, going to typically hands up, but you're further out because you need to be able to. So when you're done, one of the key differences between Western boxing and Dutch kickboxing, in Western boxing, I might keep a really tight guard. I might even put my hands on my forehead at points and be working in here. Whereas when I'm doing my Dutch kickboxing, my hands are a bit further out because I need to be able to use my elbows to block. Then you get into your Muay Thai kickboxing. Difference there. You're going to have your hands up and forward, but you're going to fight broadside. So you're going to be looking at them like this. The advantage to a Muay Thai stance you have a lot of weapons coming out of that Thai stance. But you're very susceptible to straight punching because when you're here, you can only go backwards and side to side. But your rolling does not work as well. So typically with Thai fighting, coming through the middle is a bit more where you're going to see some advantage. The big difference, again, between Dutch kickboxing and Muay Thai, the reason your stance is swapping a bit is because in Dutch kickboxing, you can't elbow a person. Most kickboxing or most Dutch kickboxing will allow knees, but a lot of them don't like flying knees. There are typically rules surrounding how knees can be thrown. And then, yeah, jiu-jitsu, just your standard grappling. My grappling sucks. I've got enough jiu-jitsu to not get choked out and to throw a triangle up at people enough to keep them from advancing. All I really have on my back is I can threaten a triangle. If you're about my size, I could probably overpower you into a triangle, but same thing. I'm not going to be relying on much. But yeah, so my background is I started with traditional Taekwondo, then I swapped into Dutch kickboxing, then I did regular boxing, then I did Muay Thai, and then I did Jiu-Jitsu, and now I just box. Now I only do boxing. However, I still have my kickboxing base. I can still move my hips. I can still kickbox. Mostly, I still practice my kicks because they keep my hips really loose and they're really good for your footwork, right? Because boxing isn't about. You ever paint armor? Mainly just organics. Pretty much only do armor. Well, we're doing armor, right? Meow. I love doing both. So, like here's a bust again of something like mostly of organics, but then we've got, say, like one of my salamanders here. There's not an organic surface on this model. I meant AFVs. Sorry, I'm not familiar with the acronym there. Armored fighting vehicles. Yeah, I've done vehicles. I've done tanks. I've done walkers. I've done knights. I love painting. It's been my job for the last 3 years. I'm only just starting to close down the commission studio now, so that way I can move into doing this even more professionally, because I'm going to go to art school so I can start teaching painting at a high school level as well. Because who doesn't think I'd be the best fucking art teacher in the world? Man, picking up MMA, sparring with the prodigy here. You struggle with hits and kicks. Dude, right? Love painting tanks. One of my buddies is really into historical stuff. But one of my... Oh, no. So, man, the streaming is continuing. I'm just shutting down the commission portion of the studio. So I've been talking about this a little bit off stream. But so I am not going to be shutting down the channel. We may change our schedule a little bit going forward, but no, I'm just going to be closing down the commission portion so I can focus on my personal life a bit more. Nothing scary. Nothing scary. We're keeping everything going, but I'd like to, I don't know, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a high school teacher. And I, unfortunately, in my third year of university, I discovered the wonders that is cocaine instead. And then then flunked out instead. And, spent several years struggling. Been about 6-7 years now of this good, clean, healthy living. Running my art studio, kind of getting myself back together, picking up all the pieces from, a decade of addiction. And now I am at that point where I'm like, okay, I think I'm actually ready to go back to this. And as I was sitting there with my wife, we were talking about the jobs that we felt I would be good for, right? And the two main ones that come up all the time, she is like, look, like I at the end of the day, she's like, you should either probably teach high school or you should be a surgeon. And she's like, because she's like, you are smart enough to be, she's like, you have the brain for it. And you have the high, and she's like, and you have the steady hands for it. She's like, you could be a surgeon, but then also we had that honest conversation of the fact that she's like, look, if you're going to go to med school, we can't have kids. Like we can't have a kid if you're going to med school. She's just like, she's like, I can't be the parent working a 15, 16 hour day well, you are dedicated to the hospital because medicine will always come before your family. And she's right. That's how it is with doctors, and that's how it is with surgeons. It always comes before everything. So we had to have that conversation. She's like, I don't think that's going to be the best route for you. So then we've been sitting, and it's like, okay, well, I think I'm going to apply to art school then, and we're going to get going. And yeah, so now I'm working towards. I'm going to start working back towards my teaching degree again. Although this time I'm going for a degree in visual arts, so like none of my stuff is. Yeah, we're making some changes. It's not, none of it's for the negatives. It was hard. It was emotional, but like, exactly. And that's the other thing too, is that like, I don't think I'd be able to cope with the stress. That's the only part of like medicine that I don't think I'd do that well with, is the stress. Because it is it's a stressful job. Stressful environment. All right, guys, time to do some tiny details now. That's flowing like terribly. Still hasn't dried. Don't worry about it, dude. It will take longer to dry. And like, funnily enough, honestly, man, that's how I live my life. Doesn't have to be low paying, supers. And not just, and that's exactly it too. Like, teachers also. So here's what people don't realize. Teaching is not a low paying job. Teaching is a low paying job when you have to factor in all of the unpaid overtime that teachers typically work. You know, art teachers aren't marking essays. Art teachers don't sit around art teachers don't have to run all the fucking extracurricular stuff. It's a very different one. They're one of the few ones where they're just going in and like they're actually getting paid their 40-hour week, and like they're not having to take work home with them. That's kind of the benefit of why I was looking at art or teaching art as well, is because yeah, it's not like I got to bring homework home with me. Oh yeah, army's never paid well in really anywhere. But tree melons fucking got me. Dude, don't worry, it gets me too all the time. Don't regret it. Typically, my room is set for the apocalypse. I'm good. Typically, I find military, unless you like, if you make officer, you got to go. You know, but I was gonna say too. Doesn't Denmark have mandatory federal service? Officers never sleep, though. Yeah, I'm buddies with, or not buddies, but like I got a friend that's an officer, and I don't envy him. I envy his paycheck, and that's about it. If you're here, I like you. I appreciate you. Do not envy your life. He pops into the stream sometimes. So, just going to say it out loud. It's like, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you do. Don't envy you. Being an officer is stressful. My brother's retiring from the Air Force in July. Congratulations to him. I imagine that'll be a very, very big relief. Yeah. That's when I said I'm doing the draft. Joined when I was 16. It went away unless bare minimum for volunteering. Because I know, like, I think personally Canada would benefit from that. I think it would help instill a feeling of patriotism and national duty to the country that we don't have personally. I don't think like overt nationalism or patriotism is a good thing. However, having a national identity and being willing to put the community and the country before yourself is a skill that we do lack in the West. And I do think that doing the 2-year mandatory federal service, whether it be military or volunteering, I think we would benefit greatly from it. Exactly it. It's not wrong. It's not. It's a very nuanced opinion, but I think it's good for people to volunteer and to spend time. Saw the job that we, and honestly, Spoon, I was gonna say, like, it's also similar to going on a mission, right? Like it's no different than going somewhere, learning about another community, trying to help them out, experiencing a different culture, seeing that the world works in so many different ways, and just learning to honestly, the best part about the best part about volunteering is it's the only time I've ever enjoyed hard work. It's a very specific way of saying that, you know, like if you want to work me hard as my employer, I'll do it, but I'm not doing it with a smile. But if I'm volunteering and you want to work me bloody, I'll do it with a grin. If I've said I'll do it, if I don't know. Higher quality military. Exactly. It would also provides the ability. So like the reason Canada has been considering it and the reason it's been coming up is because we are looking at moving away from having a standing military overall. Or there's been some discussions that we might do less of a standing military and work more on a mass mobilization or ability to do mass mobilization. So we're introducing so like we've already got the reserves, which is the equivalent of the National Guard for you guys. We call them the reserves. We're actually introducing another version of that that's even more part-time. So it's like just a couple weekends a year that you go out and you do some military training. We don't get to keep the rifles, but it is important that but we're considering moving away from a standing force in favor of having everybody ready or essentially getting ready for being able to mobilize the population instead, as the way Canada is with the size of the country, we would lose communication too fast. It's been proven that Canada would not be able to, like, the West Coast and the East Coast would not be able to communicate effectively with each other in the event of like a war. Not that it's even possible to hold Canada. You can't take. It's the only advantage to living here, and like about people get blah, blah, like, dude, you can't hold this country. It's impossible. It's too large of a landmass with too unforgiving of terrain for a foreigner to hold. No foreign entity would be able to hold this country. Other than maybe the Ruskies. But it has been because we would have the crawl, or because because of the landmass, because of the way we are set up, and because of the way communication breakdown would be expected, they would want the civilian population to instead be able to mobilize and work fucking Red Dawn style. Or, as we call it up here, the Red, White, and Blue Dawn. I wish I could call that an original boneless joke, but I heard it somewhere first. Off to Switzerland. Switzerland also has really good chocolate. Calms out. Exactly. However, when comms go out, most countries don't have to deal with the fact that their military is scattered over a 7,600 kilometers of the longest road in Canada, the one that goes from the East Coast to the West Coast, is 7,600 kilometers, which is exactly it, right? Like, it's that, which is, yeah. And I know you know that. We were talking about it the other day because you were mentioning that you have a similar amount in coastline due to the territories that Denmark holds in the North Sea. The North Sea or the Baltic? It's North Sea, I'm pretty sure. My math isn't math good. Greenland excluded. Oh, if you included Greenland, that number would go up drastically. But yes, I had that. I just had that moment of being like, right, they technically are part of the Kingdom of Denmark. So right now I'm mixing up kind of just a dark greeny jade color. Why am I doing this? Because we need to start bringing in some now contrast on these gem areas. All right, let's go make ourselves nauseous, people. And see how as we work we are officially neighbors. We technically are. In fact, we have shared, well, technically we have a contested territory. What's the name of the? Do you remember it? Because I can't remember the name off the top of my head. The soldiers leave gifts for each other there regularly and change the flags. It's an ongoing joke. There's one small island off the coast of Greenland where the Danish soldiers and the Canadian soldiers keep leaving gifts for each other and changing the flag. It's technically considered contested territory, but we both own half of the island. Yes. For those of you that don't know, we have a shared territory in the Arctic between Canada and Denmark. And it is not a point of contention. In fact, it's usually it's considered to be kind of just like a fun little snippet of good neighborly. Okay. 3 of them have their gems put in now. Right back. What did they do to Eastbound and Down? A terrible cover of it. That's Me First and the Gimme Gimmes. They like to ruin songs. It's just their thing. That's why they've got their famous album, Ruin Johnny's Bar Mitzvah. Okay, 4 more on these. And we've been painting for like 3 hours. Oh yeah, I'm just having fun. Been a silly day. Lots of talking, lots of chatting, lots of laughs. I appreciate everybody who's in here, by the way. It is always fun when we get new people in and new people engaging. So welcome in. My name is Boneless. I paint toys. I do it Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. Usually Mondays. This week I am moving on Monday, so I won't have internet for a couple days. Hopefully we'll be back Thursday, but it might be slightly off schedule. And like such. And there we go. We got the emeralds done. What do you guys think? I think it really gives them a little bit extra pop, just having some gems in their armor. Helps them look a little more dwarfy, adds a little bit more color. I just bought some of their first Sable. They've been using synths for watercolors. Oh, pigments. Question for you. Would you consider $6 a good price for an actual Kalinsky? Size 1? Very? Okay, I'll send you my link then, okay? That's the Kalinskis I got sent, the demo ones, because they're just trying to get into the market. They are these are actual natural fibers. Like, they are restoring. It's the right color. Oh, well, with import, then yeah, I'll send you the link, or I'll get the link posted on my I'll get the link posted in my Discord for everybody then, because that's it's 10. The ones that I got sent were $9 Canadian. Pulitzer, $30 is a good price for a Kalinsky. Or $30 is not considered a bad price for a Kalinsky. I was more trying to segue into the fact that I have a hookup for cheap Kalinskys. Kalinsky is a type of weasel. Kalinsky sable is a type of hair produced by the Kalinsky weasel. It is the tip of the tail of the winter coat of a Kalinsky weasel. It's one of the most valuable furs in the world. It is used to produce paintbrushes, and it costs more per ounce than gold. At a raw weight, Kalinsky fur is worth more than gold. They're also a pest in Siberia. So the key to business opportunity, Kalinsky weasels are only in Siberia, and when they're under duress, they will not produce the tail fur that they need. So it is only wild ones. So they have to be trapped. You cannot raise them. A Kalinsky bred in captivity will not produce the sable fur. PRB looting the fridge? No worries. I might do the same here in a moment. I think what I'm going to do now is I've got a few of them that got skulls on them, and we can't have unpainted skulls. So let's do a quick search. I think it was... You did. It was this guy that had the skulls that were unpainted. It was just the one skull. Oh, nope, this one had a skull. Haha. So did this one. There were 3 skulls that got missed. I'm going to start the lighting process. Oh, hell yeah. Learning lighting is quite challenging, but it's one of those things that once it clicks, it clicks. Hello, hello, hello. When the lights out, it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. Where are my paints? 90% of this dreadnought is going to be lightning. Oh, hell yeah. What paint am I looking for, guys? I'm going to paint a skull. What colors? Brown. I'm going to grab a brown paint. Fleshy teller. And there we go. I'm going to color mixed up. We're just going to go through and we're going to grab all the skulls. because, as we've said before, let's see if it summons her. Let's see if my summoning ritual works. Pigment, we pulled this off. What? It's only twice now it's happened where as soon as we started painting skulls, Jinx has appeared. Let's see if it's just her summoning ritual. Just sits up in a cold sweat. Boneless is painting skulls right now. I am also really excited that I'm going to be starting my private lessons with Jinx in 2 weeks. Once I'm established and moved into the new place, we're going to start them. But she's going to be helping me out with some private lessons, so very excited that I have picked my coach. Because everybody, right? She can't. She's just started teaching. It's a bit newer, but yeah. So once the chaos is over from the move, we're gonna start doing the private lessons, so that way I can level up even more. Because again, those of you might not know this, even at my level, you need coaching. Even at my level, you need help, and you need people to point you in the right direction. And that never will stop, and that will never go away. There will always be somebody better than you. One of the other beards had a skull in it for some reason. But I've been wrong before, and I'm wrong again. It's okay. Not an issue. Yeah, I because I want to get into competitive painting, and because like I love what I do. I love this. And again, like as I'm going into I'm going to school, I'm gonna go to school. I've applied to go back to school. I don't know if I have not been accepted. So I can't just be like, I'm doing this officially. Because I've learned my lesson over the last 12 months of announcing things preemptively. I've continually had to learn my lesson about this is why you don't announce things until everything is official. But it's exactly that. When I'm painting, I love what I do, and I just want to be the best at it. But also that it's not just about wanting to be the best at it. It's about wanting to continually push myself and learn, right? And one day, hopefully, I'll paint stuff like Pascal can. It's my coach's coach, for those of you that don't know. I don't know if he's in here right now. He sometimes pops in as well. If you guys don't know Pascal Ruse, also, it's another guy you just gotta check out. Pascal, right? Exactly. Do I want to do lightning, or should I start another Kriegsman? That's up to you. What do you think would bring you more joy right now, Stelitzer? Yeah, exactly. It was funny because it's exactly where I was going with that. You're like, yeah, if I was going to pay for it, might probably be Pascal, and I was like, exactly. It's the same thing. He's my coach's coach. I personally don't feel like Pascal would be the right fit for me because I kind of feel like I need to get up another level before I'm really ready for his course. It's kind of like I'm tired of both, but I'm tired of both, but I have both else to do. You don't have any other ones to paint? Well, if you want to paint another Kriegsman, you can paint another Kriegsman, and if you want to paint the Dreadnought, you can paint the Dreadnought. The other thing you can do, you mentioned you did up the medic. If you wanted to, you could try an alternate color scheme for your army. But if you're tired and you don't want to push it, don't push it. Have fun. This is a hobby, right? Like, this isn't your job. It's my job, but that's different. And I think it's important that you guys remember that like this is my job, but it's not yours. If you guys are tired and you don't want to do it, take a break. Don't kill your love for it. You don't have a deadline. Nobody's going to be mad at you. Exactly. If you push yourself through the period of getting tired, that's what's going to trigger burnout down the line, and that's what's going to cause you to eventually not come back to it one day. Where did I put my ivory paint? Yeah, and like I could probably say the same. I haven't done any illustration in like a month and a bit. I think it's been like since February since the last time I got to do an illustration. Like I haven't done any drawing in a couple months. And that's like I was an illustrator before I was a painter. I learned illustration long before I ever learned painting. And there we go. Yo! I love painting right now, but Dora's at a friend's house sitting in acetone to take his paint off, and he's on the other side of town. Could have tamped my GBS, but I need to spray prime that first. Priming is always a good way. I don't have a pile of shame anymore, so I can't build anything new. Good. That's not a problem, Stelitzer. You should be proud of that. If you might be the only other painter I know other than myself that does not have a pile of shame. I have no unpainted models in my house other than the ones I need to do for work. Like other than like commission stuff, none of my stuff is unpainted. Got a pile of something. I'm actually also then, I think just because I've got a couple of these colors out, I'm going to come in with just my basic skin tone again, and I'm going to do just a couple of touchy highlights on a few of these dwarves. Maybe things like fingers. Pile of opportunity, small. Pile of opportunity is non-existent. In fact, I did a giveaway like a month ago for most of my stuff. And most of the stuff I was giving away was already painted that I was like, all right, here's all my gaming miniatures that I don't want to deal with. Probably 2 or 3. Yeah. This is just out of boredom, and because I have the time, I'm coming through. Throwing a couple little extra highlights in on some areas on these dwarves. Ooh. Get those muscles rippling. And there we go. First one with new skin highlights on. Beauty. Same thing. See if I can get some Black Templars in. Helgrat, welcome in. How you doing today? Just finishing up some old dwarves. For those of you who, this team is called the Little Roses. I'll give a little shout out for Helgrat here really quickly. Helgrat is a super rad dude whom I got the pleasure of doing a 48-hour stream with on New Year's Eve. I'm desperate to get a decent night's sleep. I fully understand that. Maybe not to the degree you do, because it's not physical pain that keeps me up. However, I will be honest, it has probably been about a month since I've gotten to sleep through the night. Although I don't know if it's worse, because mine's not pain, it's my wife that wakes me up constantly and breaks my sleep up. Around 3.5 hours a night. Yeah, it's not too far from where I am. I'm usually around 3.5, 4 right now. Not pleasant. Screaming, yes, I am guilty, motherfucker. I am death. Hey, you want to hear a good joke? Nobody speaks. Nobody gets choked. I'm gonna bring the models closer so Chunder Fury doesn't send off its wrath again. For those of you that don't know, that's the nickname for my goggles. If you ever hear me refer to Chunder Fury, it's what I named my goggles because they make me horrendously nauseous. Okay. Okay. 1 second. I gotta take a breath and not throw up on stream. Do not throw up on yourself, Boneless. Oh, hell yeah. We're getting into the Rocky 4 soundtrack. Starts. There's so much at stake. Seems our freedom's up against the ropes. Does the crowd understand? Is it east versus west? Or man against man? Gotta check on with the others. Have a nice day, evening with the Doomsday. No worries, Desmond. I hope you have an amazing day. Thanks for popping in as always. Appreciate you. We catch you around. I think we're probably got about another hour left in the stream today. I'm probably going to shut it down about 2 o'clock. So, oh my gosh, this is kind of funny for you guys. My current landlords expect us to paint before we move out. However, they will not provide us the paint or the color that we need to do it, and instead are telling us to figure it out, but saying they're going to charge us if we get it wrong. So if we get the color wrong, they're going to bill us. They're going to bill us. And they're going to bill us for more than our damage deposit is even worth because they're fucking criminals. So we've been preparing a bit of a legal case the last couple weeks, getting ready for having to deal with this because they have been, just pulling shit constantly. Especially what's frustrating about it is, so we had the paint here, right? And the property manager came by the house explicitly. Here with Spoon. It's not our problem. This is 8-year-old paint. It's past end of life. Like it doesn't matter. There's no legal responsibility for us to maintain the paint after a 6-year window. Once 6 years have passed, your tenants do not need to maintain the paint. They're no longer able to be held liable for paint. Considered something that needs to be replaced every 6 years. But so just backing up a step there. They stopped by our house, asked us for the paint, we gave it to them, and now they're telling us no, that never happened. And we have like evidence of it and them doing it, and it's just like continually been like they're trying to nickel and dime us on everything, and they've sent us a list of expenses that they're gonna bill us for. And they want another $14,000 on top of the $2,000 damage deposit they're trying to keep. I want to be very clear. This house is actually in better condition than we received it. As in, there were holes in walls and doors that we fixed that were here when we moved in. All of the damage to the house was done before we moved in. And we have been fixing their damage because they've been threatening to charge us for the damage that was pre-existing, despite the fact we've got photo evidence of it. But they're, threatening like a fucking $10,000 lawsuit over it because it's a massive rental company. And that's just something we also deal with up in Canada. For any of the Americans thinking that it's something that just you guys have, no, we got that here too. Corrupt rental agencies. But yeah, so we're just trying to get ready right now. So we've been what? My stuffs wasn't working. Oh, I was just talking about the fact that dealing with some legal bullshit from my fucking landlords. They're probably an American rental agency. It is Remax, so technically they are. But Canada also is really, really bad for their pension funds. I'm not going to get too far into that because this is a topic that will make me angry if I start explaining how the Canadian pension fund works. I live on inherited property. I was supposed to live on inherited property, but unfortunately, we weren't able to move out there because my fiance's family said they didn't want her, or they didn't want me moving out there because I didn't come from wealth. What's up with the diver's mask? I don't have a mask on. I got goggles. What's up, Spider? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, they're making me sick. The crater, it's finally dry. Oh, hell yeah. So let's pop back over to your crate. Let's pop back over to the craters now that they're dried. Let's pop over to our craters, Stulitzer. That's what I like to hear, Spider. Doing well, feeling well, life is good. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. And what are we going to do really quickly here? Let's do that.
Nice sweep, no sweep. Give your balls a tug.
Was doing commission leather work for film production. Crunch was asked to go to site, craft, maintain. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. That's fucking awesome. I should get some more coffee here. Dun, 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 dun. We got the final highlights across everybody now. The last rental we had specifically told me to patch all the nail holes, so I went in through the house with spackle. They subtracted money off my deposit for painting. I was so pissed. Yeah, that's they're doing this. It's by a spoon. They're doing the same thing to us right now. That is exactly what they are doing right now. They've told us we have to mud and paint, but then if we don't, they're going to come after us for money. If we don't mud and paint, they're going to try and come after us for over 10 grand. But if we do it, they're only going to take 3,000. All money they're not legally entitled to. We're pulling the same thing with them right now. In fact, we even sent them the most recently. Here's the smart thing. We sent them an email stating, it's like, hi, we've spent now 2 weeks trying to get this paint from you. You are refusing to provide it. This is the section of the BC tenancy guideline policies. Section 40, useful life. Page 4, paint. And then, we got into, citing the exact section of law and the page it appears on being like, so we have no... We take no legal responsibility for this. We are doing this as a kindness. If you provide this to us in a reasonable time frame, we will do it. Otherwise, we will just see you in court. It's a big thing in Canada, which is refusing to return damage deposits. It's just a thing. It's really hard to get your damage deposit back here. But yeah, beyond all that, I'm doing excellent. It's all on my mind. I just got another email about the paint stuff. That's why I'm thinking about it right now. It's kind of funny. The owner owns another business that had my company out, not knowing I was the guy I refused service on her place. That's fucking funny. That is really funny. That might have been a nice little wake-up call for them. Hopefully, at least. Yeah, I found some grass tufts. Do I have any more grass tufts? Maybe the snow could use some grass tufts poking through in a couple spots. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think so. All right, guys, let's put some grass in. I'm sure she called another company in town. Still. When a company outright refuses to do business with you, yeah, lots of Blood Bowl. I've been on so Spider, I'm not sure if you've been here. I got addicted to Blood Bowl. I am super duper addicted to Blood Bowl. I got a super glue. That one's empty. Huh, I have a super glue? No, there it is. Just on a different desk. Been AFK for almost 2 years. That's fair. She also accused us of killing the tree in the backyard. Yeah, I'm sure, Spoon, that you are the reason that Arizona doesn't have trees. You are the I can't believe it's your fault. I can't believe you did that to the state of Arizona. You know? I can't believe you did that to an entire state and just made it so it can't grow trees anymore. Why would you do something like that? So here's something I'm going to show you, Stelitzer, if you're still here, because you were asking me about snowy bases, right? Something else with snow. Just because it's snowy doesn't mean you can't have a little bit of vegetation poking through. Still my Seal Blood Bowl team and Gnome. Yeah, I think Nurgle's like the only team I'm not interested in right now because I've got. I mean, I'm slowly building them all. I'd like to eventually have all of my teams, or all the teams, but right now I'm focusing in on the ones I like. I'm slowly building through the ones I like best to the ones I care the least about. You just get the odd tuft coming through the grass. Even though I set up my mail for somebody will go to the house, the family moved in. It was sort of funny. It started as problem. It's so bad. The house is the worst. We're looking for a new. That's yeah. I feel bad for the people that are moving in after me. I very briefly met her. She's pregnant, and I don't think she's from the area, so she doesn't know about the fact that this is like a very high crime neighborhood. So that made me a little bit sad. They're also, most recently, this is actually something off topic, but really funny about the rental agency we're dealing with, Spoon. They recently blamed us and got mad at us for the fact that the downstairs person that they rented to, so the person who rents a completely separate suite from us, yeah, person who rents a completely separate suite from us, they are blaming us for the fact that that person does not speak English and they can't communicate with them. And like they're getting mad at us when they're like, well, why aren't you dealing with this? And it's like, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. You do understand that, like, I can't. Why are you getting mad? I didn't rent it to him. You did. But they're trying to make us deal with that for them. And it's like, guys, like, I don't know whose fault this is, but I don't think it's mine. But yeah, lots of work on Blood Bowl. I just want to get them off my desk because I've been looking at them for far too long. Can't join in because cultural difference, small country, owning majority still from inheritance. We'll be lurking. No worries, Spoon. Hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Thanks for being here. And happy Easter to you and your family. And I've heard that that's kind of how most of a lot of Europe is that it's still very inheritance based because exactly. Generational wealth is usually the difference here too, but in a different way. Because it's usually the families that already have the money then giving their kids more money to buy more land. If you guys want, we can even do. I'm trying to decide. Do we do some more bust painting before we to wrap the day up, or do we do? I don't know. People who refer working some low medium refused a way better job because they would have to move, probably rent. Exactly. Yeah, that's a common thing, or that's a thing here too. My fiance's in that position. I'm not. I'm in the reverse. I would gladly leave here if I had the chance. I would absolutely leave if I could. And a few more to go. We've got 5 more guys, but I only have 4 more grass tufts. Still, one of them isn't getting a tuft. That's okay. So again, I would move on a heartbeat. The capital is depressing. I heard that's funny because everybody I know out here tells me Budapest is one of the most beautiful cities they've ever been to. Out here, people love Budapest. It's considered to be one of the it's in fact I've had multiple friends tell me it was their top vacation destination. Just fun. If you didn't know that, might be an interesting one. Yeah, it's just kind of funny that you say that because like people here love it there, but our cities are very depressing because they lack architecture and they lack culture. So it's mostly just concrete and glass towers. If you're visiting and you live here, Real City Daily, forget about the good parts. Visiting, yes, if you live here and see the Real City. Yeah, that's fair as well, because I'd imagine that I've heard the flip side of it. My stepdad did not. He did not seem he didn't love Budapest, but he his comment about it was he felt like he had to be more moderated in his speech than he's normally used to. So it was one of those things where he was saying, he's like, yeah, when I was there, you feel very much like you have to be a bit more careful with what you say. Which is not something we really ever deal with out here. Okay, I've got this sheet right here. I'm wondering if I just do another transfer on them really quickly. But I don't think it's going to fit, so I think we're going to call them done. All right, everybody, we finished the Dwarf Blood Bowl team. What do you guys think of that? Gives you a nice little dose of, And so, Stolitzer, if you're here now, I'm going to go in and I'll give you another little trick on how to add some more depth to your snow, okay? So see how right now we put in grass tufts, which can add that nice first little bit of a break, because you might have some vegetation coming through. But then something else you can do with your snow is... I don't exactly know how dry my super glue is going to be here. So I'm going to be very careful, and I'm going to use a brush I don't care about just in case. But you're typically, make sure you wait till it's dry. Then you can come in with like a blue wash. I'm going to use Drakenhof Nightshade because it's right here and I have it. Make sure it's nice and thin on your brush, okay? And then what we're going to do... with a bit of water, bit of water and a bit of paint. The areas around the outsides of the plant. And just bring a little bit of the blue in on, see? Now we have some shading in the snow, some areas that look a little bit wet there. Okay. And we're just going to do it along the outside areas in here. Wet snow. So see, it brings a little bit of depth into the snow. It's a color in. And again, you don't have to do a lot of this. You do want to keep it a bit more limited, but you can just bring a bit of that shadow color in, right? There you go. And I hope that you're enjoying all of the different little basing tips that you've been getting today, Stolitzer. I always appreciate when people have specific questions that I can kind of use to direct the way the day goes. But by having those little areas with that bit of blue as well, it kind of shows that the grass is just kind of breaking through. Maybe it's early spring snow. Maybe this is an early spring snow. Maybe it's already melted once this year, and now we've just got our like third snowpack, right? Not sure if any of you guys live anywhere where you deal with that, where you get like multiple snowpacks a year. We get that here in Canada. And then we'll also go how to do blood on snow, okay? Go through how to do blood in the snow. It's a nice dollop of water. Snow is not typically going to be good. Red, bet. Excellent. So see how we've got that kind of bit of snow going in, okay? $30 different words. Canadian natives do that. Yeah, we do. It's the two things. It's if you want to know gore effects or snow, talk to a Canadian, because trust me, the country the country known for their aggression and their snow is probably going to be pretty good source. While that's drying, I'm going to go refill my coffee, guys, because I'm running a bit late. I will be back in about 2 shakes and a stick. Also, once again, Spider, thanks for popping in, man. It's really good to see you. He's back, but with coffee. Geneva suggestions. Oh, no, Stulitzer, absolutely. Everything other than the chemical weapons, which is Germany's fault. But pretty much everything other than mustard gas is Canada's fault. Beyond that, I know people like to make those jokes. I do always like to add in the one thing. We were the ones about killing. We got in trouble for things like executing prisoners and torture. But we didn't gas people. Mustard gas was usually still deployed by German. Right now, you threw food into the German trenches for a week. We did it on Christmas every year up until the last year, I believe. It was during the First World War up until 1918. We threw food every year on Christmas, except in 1918 we chucked grenades instead. It was in 1917. 1970, if I'm not mistaken, because we used to do the football match on there would be the football matches in No Man's Land on Christmas. Those that didn't know, during the First World War, there was an unofficial Christmas armistice. The first couple of years of the war, where the Europeans wouldn't fight each other wouldn't fight on Christmas. But yes, I did know about that one too. So I'm going to teach you.
Shorzy, you ready? Give your balls a
Ooh,
tug,
Kukiach.
You're going.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody.
You're going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's
Fucking go, Sangre.
Good, because you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
'cause you're going. Yeah. Dolo.
Run them up and fill them in. Informal
Good,
Sangre.
because you're fucking going. Yeah. The best
Michael
goalie in
from
the
the No-Show.
Michael,
Michael, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking
So apparently
going.
the Germans, we
Back
were...
mentality, boys.
Yeah, pretty much. Kukiach raid. Welcome in, everybody. It's absolutely it's a long one. I think it's 38 seconds. I love it. I love my raid alert. I have not gotten sick of it. I was told your NMM is really good.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god,
God,
dude,
dude.
this is an MMA fight, dude.
You
Too much.
twist
That's-
that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist
Spider
his
just
dick!
come in immediately just with the as soon
my
as you
God.
got new
Oh,
people in
dick
here.
twist!
I'm gonna drop my sound alerts down just a wee bit for a moment. My NMM's not bad. I appreciate that. I think Desmond is overselling it a bit, but turn those down while we've got the new people back in. We don't need. Okay, well, let's show what we're working at right now. Get my gloves on because we got handy for some NMM right now. Not a bad example. Just on like if we're talking like Warhammer scale. So Warhammer scale, I got some going on here. It's not bad. I think. Where do I have some good examples? Oh, where's my fucking goblin? Where's the goblin? There he is. Here we go. Here is a little bit more of an example, though. Is that paint or? That's from when we spilt the paint earlier, Stulitzer, remember? Here's probably a little more what they were referencing. Jinja was raving about your work. Jinja is an absolute gem. I adore that man. He is, and like, you know, Canadians stand by our own. He is one of my favorites. And yeah, that goblin was a lot of fun. And then like I've been doing I feel more comfortable. Well, he's definitely drunk. I definitely feel comfortable with my non-metallics. However, Goblin D's nuts. I'm also been working more on my organic materials. So we're also working on. I saw this one too. Oh, spoiling everything. Fine, I'll show off the one that he hasn't shown off. This is the one that I'm working on with. I'm working on this alongside Jinx Artwork. She is also painting an Astaroth. This one is the one I'm working on. And again, I'm really big on like right now, I'm all about the organic texture. That's my big one. So I'm all about trying to do organic textures. This one, the inspiration of it, of course, is a clicker getting shot in the head. So we wanted to get that kind of mid moment as they're tipping backward. So we got that nice little spill, got some chunky boys coming out the sides. That's all fun, but really, really playing texture. Thank you, G-Man. I appreciate that a ton. Those are the pieces we've got on the go right now. And then do you stream on Friday? I do stream on Fridays. I absolutely do. And then we were going through just teaching Stulitzer how to do some craters. So landmine craters, if essentially. And now that that's dried, you see, I would love to join a painting group. I would love to join in for that. Is that the one that I popped into yesterday? That with Waylanders and everyone, right? Or was it Val Hugh? Was it Val? I think not. Oh, no worries. Popped into one yesterday. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, we got that going. Don't ask questions. Just join the group and drink the Kool-Aid. Absolutely, dude. If it's painting involved. Oh, Spider, did I tell you as well? Yes. Yeah, it was the one with Val. Yeah. Val is good too. I enjoy them quite a bit. But I'm taking this a bit more official, by the way, Spider, and I applied to art school. I'm going to be trying to take it a bit more seriously, and I want to be able to teach art at high schools, or in schools. So I applied for art school last week. So we're winding down the commission studio. We're keeping the studio open. Invited in Discord. I appreciate that. I'll take a look. Excellent. Oh, I think I just entered the voice chat, though. I'm going to drop out of that, but I've got the channel open. Beauty. Thank you very much. I'll throw you the salute there, too. Do it Friday. I think I absolutely would appreciate that. I think you're Canadian in case you get rejected. Jokes aside, can really elevate your work. I'm not even... No worries. I hope you have a good night. Sleep well. And welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the rejection because, like, I'm a mature student at this point, so I can always challenge and I can always re-challenge my application based on age. Mature student in Canada is anybody over the age of 30 who's been out of secondary school for more than 10 years, which I've been out of secondary school for almost 15 years now. So looking to essentially apply just so we can get started on why is my brain not working? Like, I'm not expecting me to learn a ton about it while I'm there, but I am expecting that it will give me the capacity to have a real job. And that's as much as I love what I do. We had some scares recently with trying to get a rental, and like, people don't like renting to self-employed artists. Okay. So, Stulitzer, I'm not sure if you saw what I did. I've got a toothbrush right now. I've dipped it in a watered down Blood for the Blood God. I'm going to grab a bit of water in the bristles like such. We're going to drip, drip, drip. then using our thumb, okay? Let's get somebody. This guy's punched the shit out of somebody here, okay? So we're going to get it. So he's. There you go. Just little bits of red. It mostly hit my hand there. But try again. Over here. You know, you can just. See? These little spackles of blood in the snow. And there we go. Look at that. See, you've got them just so. I use an old brush. I like the toothbrush because it's fun. I'm not using it because it's the best method. I'm using it because it's fun and accessible. And because they tend to have a really nice spring. Especially if you get one that's a little bit firmer or on the medium sized. But yeah. See, Stolitzer. We've got the initial blood down now. Take a bit of that water. Yep. Let's have some fun. We want one of the troll slayers to just be stoked, somebody said, right? There you go. I'm waiting for the blood to dry in the crater. What are you thinking about this effect, though? And it can also be good to get a little bit of the just on your fingertip and just kind of dab it on the transfers just to blend them in a little bit. So like, see, I can. Blade Smasher, what the fuck is up? And Invigorator, first time I hear this kind of folk rock. Is it Irish? I have no idea. What are we listening to right now? Toothbrush, splatters, interesting. Not used it. So normally I use an airbrush to do this, but I am in the process of moving and I just took my airbrush setup down earlier today. So I do not have the ability to do any airbrushing. This is the band Waylander. Let's see, where are they from? It doesn't say where they're from, but yeah, they're taking Celtic influences, Irish heavy metal, blah. Okay. Band's called Waylander. North Ireland, it seems. That sounds like it could be contentious. Sips the brush water. Also, welcome in, Desmond, again. Welcome back. I appreciate you disappearing and bringing back your friends. That's always appreciated. And for anybody in here, I don't have my mod right now, so I need to go throw a quick shout out for a couple people. First is obviously going to be Kukia for the raid. So if anybody in here is not following Kukia, it's the easiest way to support each other, especially after a huge raid like this. Oh, Keys to Oblivion right into the 3 inches of blood? Hell yeah. But let's get a quick shout out for Kukia. And then somehow always get back here, Boomerang. Dude, you're my favorite Boomerang. So shout out for Kukia. Next up on there, Plate Smasher as well. You're on that list of amazing people. Welcome in. We're one of, for those of you that don't know, Plate Smasher is one of my favorite Sunday streams. Like that is like where I am Sundays when I don't want to be like doing any, like, because it's my day to myself, right? So I love hanging out. Don't worry. I don't shout people out if they don't make good content. I kid. Actually, I don't kid. That's it was like I joked. Like, no, that's actually not a joke. As rude as that sounds, but no, you do your good shit. So. But that'll be next up on the list. Because also, Dan just hit the streak there. Appreciate that. The Dwarf team in Blood Bowl currently is... I couldn't tell you. I don't actually play Blood Bowl. I just absolutely am addicted to it. So you know how some people really love miniature wargaming and some people really love painting miniatures? I love painting minis. I don't actually play with them that much. I wish I did. It seems like it could be a lot of fun. Blood Bowl does interest me as a game to try out because, like, it seems like a lot of fun. But I'll be real. I have only painted 6 teams, so without ever playing it. You can get some too where somebody got like smashed hard. Another good one is getting the grass. I don't get these pop-ups. It was here at dawn. When do I become a streaker? But yeah, see how you can see blood will often also catch in areas like the grass. So that's another way to just kind of sync the environments, right? The other advantage to the toothbrush is you can do what you see I'm doing now, where see how I'm dabbing and it's giving me that really inconsistent dripply when you watch so many in a row. My hand right now, that's horrifying. This is why I meant to put a glove on, but I put the glove on the wrong hand. Excellent. I'm going to snooze the ads this time because we just recently got raided, so I'm going to push that by another 5 minutes. You guys don't deserve that, raiders. I think that should work now. Do. Oof. I got to change those ones sometime. But, you know, to celebrate, here we go.
Nice sweep, no sweep. Give your balls a tug.
That one was kind of quiet, but turn them back up. Okay, now I'm going to adjust. Yeah, so I've got 5 or 6 teams that I've painted up. We're just actually wrapping the dwarves now. You see how that last little bit of gore can get us that. Now, again, see how now all of a sudden the snow just has... now it's not just white snow, right? Like, that's what I was trying to essentially take you through, Stelitzer, is yes, you can just put some snow down. But all of a sudden you put a grass tuft in there, maybe a couple shades or something to get some, like, you know, just discoloration in your snow. And then you come through, maybe you add a couple little blood spackles. We could even add mud, you know, we could even have areas where the snow has completely melted away and where we've got grass texture instead, you know, like I could even take you through how to do that if you guys wanted. But you see, kind of just like as you do little bits and little bits and little bits, it gives it just the love that it needs to really go from looking good to telling a story. And that's really what you're trying to do in miniatures, is you want to tell a story with what you are doing. But you know what? That's enough talk for now. Let's go even further. Let's take them a bit further. We got more time. Right? Let's push it. Let's pump these guys up a bit. And Plate Smasher, by the way, if you have a link to your Instagram, you want to show off anything you've been working on, want to throw a link to your Insta, anything like that, we are link friendly here. Absolutely encourage you to. So for starters, grab a brush you don't care about. Grab one of your old Vallejo Pro modelers, because let's be real, Vallejo Pro modelers are just... Grab your disposable brushes. And now we're going to start working up some gore. This is a mess right now. Hell yeah. I'm not following you there. So that's the first mistake. So again, make sure you guys are following Mr. Plate Smasher. Got some great work on there. Ooh. I really like the Tyranids. Really, really like your Tyranids. Oh, that's a great color scheme. So when you're doing the blood now, you can kind of dollop it on the brush. This guy doesn't need any more, whereas this guy doesn't need any more. This one, however, that is soaked. One of my buddies just said he was finishing painting Jeff, and we all want to know who Jeff is. Jeff was one of my last D&D characters. Before I started playing as Horb. Before I was Horb, I was regular Jeff. Although Horb is terrible. Horb is one of my favorite characters I've ever played. It's so bad. For those of you, Jeff is a ripper in a couple of rhinos. Jeff is, or sorry, my current like campaign right now, my character Horb. He commits so many atrocities, we've actually coined the term of calling things horrible when we're playing. But yeah, Horb is just I'm essentially playing as the Lochnar from Heavy Metal. And it's a lot of fun. I'm playing as a glowing telekinetic orb that is the embodiment of evil. And I've never played a character this evil before in any of my role-playing games. It's a lot of fun. If you've never played an evil character, never role-played as an evil character with your buddies, I definitely recommend it. We're talking about Jeff is a ripper and Steve is a guardsman. Jeff is like guardsman Steve. I have no idea what anybody is talking about right now. I'm just rambling about my role-playing games. And my last character, regular Jeff. He was a mech pilot. So what we're doing now is we're adding areas where the blood has dried on, or where the blood is still wet in the snows, because it's important to incorporate two elements. I'm playing a kobold vampire cleric. It's feeding my party healing potions that I make. Are they made from people? Oh, a little Everlast. Why not? Why not? I mean, personally, I preferred him as a rapper, but yeah, he wasn't bad doing his solo stuff either. Just, House of Pain. He's good when he's got Danny Boy at his side. I don't know if anybody, again, there's one of those moments where Boneless rambles, and I'm like, I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about. Like, yeah. Probably just going to sound like rambling to most of you. Then you really might know what it's like. I want to get a kind of wet gob in there if you really want to push it. That red snow needs some teeth. Bust out the milliput. I don't actually have any milliput right now. It is really, really hard to get in the country. And we're just using the side of the brush there to give it the... They're slowly losing the ability to make their own decisions. My party, or my DM, intentionally gave me an item of pacification because I'll put it to you guys this way. I found a duplicator, and my first thing I did was I put a bag of holding in it. The first thing I did when I found my duplicator was I was like, I'm going to put a bag of holding in it. You know what? What else do I got? I might have a box of rocks. Why don't I see if I still got my rocks? Where's my jar of rocks, people? Oh, there's my jar of rocks. Why don't we throw some here? Let's add a bit more to this. The only problem is I'll need to come in and paint the rocks after I do this, because if I just put a regular rock in, the color will look wrong. Well, let's do it anyways. Fuck it. Let's make this an absolutely miserable field to be playing in. But yeah, Helgret, if anybody in here again is a D&D person, you'll know for a fact, putting a bag of holding or trying to duplicate a bag of holding, and then proceeded to put the bag of holding in the bag of holding. And then throw it. Just as far as I could. I just put a bag of holding in a bag of holding and just threw it at a group of people. If anybody in here does play D&D, or for the people in here that don't play D&D, if you put a bag of holding inside of a bag of holding, bad things happen. It's a very, very, very bad decision to put a bag of holding inside of a... Exactly, nice hand grenade. I put a bag of holding inside a bag of holding and then threw it. I am a menace. Yeah, we're going to take these bases a little bit further, though. If I need a DM, I can one-shot. So make sure you get those nice and fixed. Grab a rock. You want to do 2 rocks on the base. There we go. And now Stelitzer. Really quickly. Now my friend's dead. I was going to defend him. What did you find? But what you see the difference now as we're going through with the basing here on these guys, and like we added some. You see how like as we've just been continually adding things to these bases, how much more of a story this tells. Like, what kind of field does it feel like these guys are playing in now? Do you want to play on their field? You want to go play football with the dwarves? Where there's giant ass boulders and rocks sticking out of the ground? You need to put a little extra glue in? And you can always add a little bit more snow paste afterwards. The other way you can do it, but I think it's going to be a little bit easier, is you can do a little tiny bit of glue directly onto the base. Grab your rock, stick it, push. Apparently, the fine arts director at my school has been playing Warhammer since 2nd edition. That might be really good for me because, again, like I'm applying to. Well, I'm you know, again, as I said, I'm applying to school for a fine arts degree. If the fine arts people at my school happen to know anything about Warhammer or they happen to be into it, then that would bode very well for me, as my portfolio is very heavily Warhammer based. But if they don't really get Warhammer, I'm going to look like a guy who just paints toys. Squish a rock in. Again, we're going to come in at the very end. Art teachers acknowledge John Blanche if pretending not to. I mean, where I'm from, a lot of it is, I don't know, because like depending on some of the schools, they'll tell you like, yeah, just varying stuff. And I like these jagged ass pieces that I'm finding and putting up. So there's like giant spikes on their base. Finally, a song I know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That it's been all music you're unfamiliar with. Fine arts is the NFT of the Renaissance. Changed my mind. Um, what a fine art here refers to education specifically, just so you know. It's not like that's not typically when that kind of stuff isn't when we're referring to fine art. That's modern. We call that modern art here. However, fine arts is but like of the Renaissance, I have to say, like it was the development of perspective within painting, so it's a bit of a challenge on that statement. So, like my understanding of the Italian Renaissance is that it's considered the start of it was when people discovered the ability to paint in perspective, and that was kind of the big change, or that was one of the first big things. I'd like to take a moment to thank everybody who's been here so far today. You're all excellent people, and I appreciate every single one of you. Dude, this dwarf base is friggin' awesome. So you see how I've now added another level to this Stolitzer? Because you see how I'm not just picking rocks, I'm picking specifically very thin, jagged rocks that come out of the ground like spikes. And then I'm going to bury them back in with a little bit more snow. And pour out my jar of slate so I can keep digging for the good ones. But like, I really like the spikes. And so same thing, we're just finding nice pointy rocks that we like, nice jagged ones. It's a really good band as well. This is Stupid Henchman. There we go. Get a couple more of these like thin spiky boys coming out of the ground. Also, GW RuneScape and the Horned Rats came unique. I can't with this. Every time I look at your hand, it looks like you ripped someone open in your day without cleaning up. Just hit him with my Viltrumite karate chop. It's the real reason we've got the mustache, guys. Is boneless Secret Viltrumite. That's the neat part. You don't. If anybody in here is a fan of Invincible, you're in the right place. I'm a massive Invincible fan. If you ever want to talk Invincible, you are in the right place. Always keep it 2 episodes behind. We don't want to spoil it for people who haven't had a chance yet. But if anybody ever wants to chat, you're always welcome to talk about Invincible, as long as, again, stay 2 episodes away from the most recent release. So everything pre-Damien Darkblood. Haven't even started it yet? Oh. It's great. All right, guys. What do you think about the giant ass spikes? Are you guys not? I've already read all the comics. I've already read all of Invincible. Also, is it just me or Cities of Sigmar are becoming more and more human washed? I mean, Cities of Sigmar are supposed to be human washed. That. There we go. So now we've got these giant spikes coming out of the ground. What's good? Fingers looking meaty. Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Had to teach some lessons earlier. Doing good, doing good. How you doing, Vito? Also, quick shout out for a very, very wonderful person. Got some excellent taste in hip hop. In fact, we're gonna hit a song for him. We're gonna hit one for him, because I'm gonna just show off. I'm gonna tell him, guess who I'm getting to see in June. Because you know that you know how I do my, you know how I love going to my hip hop shows. Guess who I'm going to see in June? You found a new one? Oh, hell yeah. This is who I'm going. I think you know this one. I'm seeing Souls of Mischief in June. I'm going to see Souls of Mischief in June. Uh, explaining here, Skeletor. Vito is like a hip hop head. Hey, him and I will come in. We'll swap music, talk just about this. So whenever he comes around, you'll hear us like the music will often shift really quickly to some hip hop or something, and we'll get into it. But he's got great taste in music, knows his stuff, and yeah. 93 to this is how we chill from 93 to. But yeah, the song is 93 till. And Hot Dog Man as the final explanation. My logo is a hot dog because I couldn't think of anything else that was boneless when I was trying to come up with my design. Then I'd recently my friend had recently bought a house and asked me to paint him a sexy hot dog for his living room. So I snapped a picture of it with my cell phone. And if you take a look at my Twitch profile picture, it's a cell phone picture of a dancing sexy hot dog. So Hot Dog Man in the glizzy stuff is in reference to that. But grew up in a predominantly black community about 30 minutes outside ATL. I'm about to put the medic on the base. Oh, hell yeah. Can't wait to see this. Heard really, really good things about, like, these days at least, about Atlanta, by the way. Just like as a state to live in, or as a place to live. Or sorry, as a city, not a state. I know it's not a state. It's in Georgia, is it not? Um, but apparently it has one of the best film industries in the States right now. Especially for people breaking into film because they have their policies about they have to hire a percentage local talent. So it's apparently one of the better cities to make a break in film. That's just one of the few things, probably that's the only Atlanta fact you're gonna get from me, other than I guess Killer Mike's from there. From 93 to. Also, even after seeing R.A. the Rugged Man, and by the way, he's super rad, dude. He was really rad. Took pictures with everyone after the show. But even after seeing like Rugged Man perform now, I've still yet to see somebody put on a better show than Charlie Tuna. I don't know what dude can rock a fucking crowd. This is a good one. Shaolin Style by Drama B. I'm gonna see if I can pull that up on Spotify really quickly. I don't have YouTube Music set up, so I can't do that one, but I've got that open for after stream. I was gonna say it's not on Spotify yet. I don't have YouTube Music set up for stream yet, so I'll have to play that one after. But I'm excited to have a new track. We're just gluing rocks to bases right now, guys. It's autoplay. Good music right now. We've had a great playlist today, by the way. So again, welcome and everybody who's hanging out. This has been an awesome day. Ow. Some of these are really sharp, and I keep getting like splinters in my fingies, and it hurts. It actually, I'm gonna be completely honest, it doesn't feel good when I'm getting shards of rock in my hand. Oh, man. Oh, hell yeah. Then into the Vinny solo, too. Down to my last goal for the day. Might be the Easter Crunch. I think it's been about 5.5 years now since mine. Since my last gold one. About 5.5 years. Hip hop started out on the block. We used to do it when the weed was sparked, when the green started glowing in the green. Hip hop started out on the block. It do it when the weed was sparked, when the drinks start flowing and the green start glowing. If you're from the hood, I know you feel me. Keep going. Apparently, Vinny like okay, so that is one rapper I've not got to. So on like my list of people I'd really like to see. The only ones I think still left is like Vinny. I mean, I'd like to see all of Army of the Pharaohs, but I haven't seen Vinny Paz, and I would like to go see Box Cutter Pazzy, and then Aesop Rock. Beyond that, I've seen most of the big hip hop, like most of the rappers I'm into, I've seen at some point. There's some of them I'd go see again. Like I'd probably go see Atmosphere again. I'd go see Brother Ali again. I'd go see J5, Charlie Tuna again. I'd see Rugged Man again. I don't know if I said I'd go see Brother Ali again, but I would. Oh, you know what? I would definitely see Killer Mike again, solo or with Run the Jewels. But his solo show is really good. When he was doing the solo Michael tour, he got involved in
Jordan,
setting.
you ready? Give your balls
raid
a
from
top
Pascal.
You're going. Yeah. Frankie, you ready? You're going. Yeah. Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go.
Go Sanger.
Good, because you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All
hands,
Good,
boys.
'cause you're going. Yeah. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Welcome in,
Good, 'cause
Pascal.
you're fucking going.
And welcome in, Raiders.
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah!
Pack
Pack
mentality, boys.
Shout out Pascal. Welcome in to. How you doing? I'm just gluing some rocks. Been going over how to make snow bases a little bit more interesting for a new painter. So Stulitzer is early in his hobby journey. We've been hanging out, doing a bit of a build along, paint along, taking him through some steps and having fun. How are you doing? Had a hard time painting. What I'm good at. What were you struggling with today? Also, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know, my name is Studio Boneless. I paint miniatures at a significantly lower standard than Pascal, but nonetheless, I paint them. Took some time to get the skin shading right, the just consistency. Even it's just not doing what you want it to do. I know how that goes. I know exactly how that goes when I went overboard yesterday. I went overboard on the ogre. Jinx, during your stream last night, I'll also throw you a shout out in a moment. What's cool notes over. I was working on the troll some more. Told the Raiders you'd committed murder. That's fair. That's fair. Was it the time that I drank Mod Podge or the red hand is crazy? I was teaching blood effects, but I forgot I put the glove on the wrong hand. But during your stream last night, we started working on trying to get the blood poisoning. And so my lines are too thick here, and I don't have the capillaries correct. So I'm going to try doing a pin lining of black inside of the red to get that a bit better. But that's where we're going with that, where I've now got I've completely changed directions on the troll now that I have my color palette. I know that the inspiration for this is the Plague of Madness from Genndy Tartakovsky's Primal. We've got the amazing Brachiosaurus vomiting blood as my reference piece. The fingers. You get paint on yourself sometimes. I also tried to wash it off, but this is what my hands look like after I washed them. Hilariously, I will say, my right hand looks significantly more like I've been in a fight because, when I used to box, that's always how it looks when you end up when you end up with the blood caked in the between the skin cells. Also, one of the fun things I love about hands, it's one of the only parts of your body where you can actually see an entire cell without needing anything to look at. So you can see each individual skin cell with the way that the spider webbing has grabbed between them. It's the Pascal stream. Hearing my scene thong from Peaky Blinders in my head now. But, yeah, we've got some ideas. I need another pointy rock. None of these rocks are pointy enough. Welcome in, Raiders. Also, Pascal, if you want to share a link to your Instagram, if you want to show off anything you were working on, or more specifically, if you want to show off that PC most recently finished, if you don't want to show off the one that you felt stuck on, if you want to do that, you know that you're welcome to. You know that we are link friendly in here. And it is the easiest way to support each other is, let's bring that up here. Yeah, I'm gonna bring that one up here. If you guys haven't seen this piece, you absolutely need to. It is the wrong channel. Let's click on the wrong things a bunch of times. There we go. There we go. That's the right tab. Look at that. I was so skeptical when you were working on this, Pascal, because I thought I didn't want to say it while you were doing it, because I was like, okay, I'm going to trust he knows what he's doing. I'm going to trust that he knows what he's doing. That yellow was detracting from the face so much right up until you got the last highlight in, and then it brought it all together. But I was watching you go through that, and I was scared. I was like, I had to trust your process, and I did trust your process, and it is an absolutely stunning piece. Just such good skin. Love the use of the color palette on it. Love the softness and everything. Like, so much in the hair. It's just such a good piece. The soft, gentle lighting catching from the side. And I mean, you even have the light catching. Like, you can see how he's got the light catching on each individual little ripple in the water. Pascal is an absolute master. But yeah, when you were first working on that and I was watching when you were just finishing up on the lily pads, I had that brief moment where I was like, oh, I don't know. I never doubt sense. Exactly. And it's a trust the process moment. It's a trust the but I also say that because I feel like everybody needs to understand. I bring this up because there's always a point in your model. I guarantee you Pascal was thinking this. I guarantee you that thought crossed his mind while he was doing it, but he just knows how to push through that because he can see what it's going to look like when it's done. He's got the image in his head, right? We work our way to getting there. That's the end goal for where we want to be as painters. At least, maybe not the end goal, but that is an end goal. Where you want to be as a painter, of where everything is intuitive and you can see your project and you can see your process before you've gotten there. So that way you know how to push through that ugly phase. Because I can guarantee you the doubt crossed his mind at some point. There's no point in paint. Right now, as I'm putting these rocks in, I'm having to tell myself that I'm like, I know that this is an ugly phase because I'm adding in a texture that no longer matches and breaks the... By using these specific rocks, I've broken the art direction on these models. They're painted in a very cartoony way, which means I now need to go in and paint these rocks in a cartoony fashion because right now they no longer fit the current direction of the model. Your artistic direction is going to help you a lot more. And that's something that I think that also is something we don't talk about a lot, is what is your direction? What are you going for in art, right? Because if you're going for photorealism, you could actually just leave these rocks on and throw maybe a little bit of wash towards the bottom of it. You can use actual organic materials a little bit more as you approach that photorealistic. However, I don't paint photorealistic, especially not on Warhammer. I personally don't like the way it looks at this scale. I think that I don't love the way it looks at this scale. I think the cartoony, big, bold, popping lines is just a little bit more fun when you're dealing with something this small. And it's a preference thing. It is always a preference thing. Sauron's wings are looking more organic and less gray. Do you have any photos for a Stulitzer? I'd love to see the progress from earlier, if that's okay, because I've been enjoying kind of talking you through some stuff here, and I would love to see how it's translated. And it's been really fun kind of working on these projects a little bit alongside. But yeah, the creator... The creator base is really fun, really easy. I love landmine. I love doing a landmine base. It's really fun to make it. Like, a landmine is really fun. For those of you that don't know, we were working on he was asking about how to do a gory base and without just having it being blood everywhere. And so we went through different ways you could do that. One of my personal favorite ones is the old artillery strike / landmine, where you have your gore crater. Also, we'll say, I was also poking around on Goblin a little bit more. I'm just going to wait for all the glue to dry before I come into the next stage. Been poking around on Goblin a little bit more. I'm going to do something with this here now. This is all pretty good. Lighting is wrong in here. this is also the fun part as you start like associating with like with high level painters is now I'm actually thinking about things like that and I'm like, oh, before I would have just been like, oh, boneless, this is incredible. And right now I'm looking at this and being like, oh, that's a little scuffed. That's a little scuffed. Yeah, that's a little scuffed, you know. That's not, you know, like, and I'm not doing it to be disparaging, but it's nice that I'm actually starting to be able to see being like, okay, like, here's a big one. If the light's that intense here and here, where's the intensity on the shirt? A white shirt would have more intensity of color than green skin would ever show. So if I'm going to showcase this level of magenta and pink intensity against green, then a white surface, which is even more absorbent of the surrounding colors, or which is going to absorb even more color, is going to actually be even brighter. So I got to figure out how to do that, how I'm going to go about that. So that's Goblin. He's sitting off to the side, thinking about him. I'm never not thinking about that Goblin. And also, Pascal, I know it's getting late in the evening for you, so if you need to run at any point, I totally get it. But again, if anybody in here is not following Pascal, I highly recommend it. He has been helping me out an unbelievable amount with these last couple of projects. And I genuinely do not think I would be able to have hit the progression that I have without some of the guidance. Both him and, I think, did I already tell this shout out to? That. Yeah, there we go. Pascal is stuck in here. Yeah, so, like, honestly, I don't think I would have been able to hit it without the help of both Pascal and his student, and both, like, two of my teachers here, Jinx and Pascal. So, if you're not following both of them, make sure that you are. And as well, Jinx is moving into full-time commissions and full-time art. So if you want to get a piece done by the Skull Queen herself, now's probably going to be the only time her books are going to be open between like now and the next year, I bet. So get one in now. Get one in before the books fill up. Before the demand is so high, nobody can... But he is a phenomenal teacher. Okay, let's see where you're at, Stolitzer. Oh, that's so much better, dude. Oh, that's so much better. I'm gonna do the side. I've actually got your old post open, so I'm gonna do a side by side really quickly, in case you want to, or in case you kind of need to see this. Okay. So, okay. Take a look at that. Take a look at that, right? You do have the highlights in here. I can see where you put them in, but just see how much more life is in this, right? And it's the same thing. If you wanted to go through and reapply those highlights the same way that you already had one more time, you're just going to keep creating more and more and more layers and more texture, and the wings will just get more and more. Those look so good. But yeah, the beauty of what you've done here is you can repeat this step as many times as you want. That's honestly, that's the crazy part about painting. The next step is just repeating this same step over and over and over again. Go back and highlight it, blend it out. Go back and highlight it, blend it out. Go back and highlight it, and that's all painting is at the end of it. So I haven't actually highlighted, just reflecting some of the lamp. I meant in the original when you have the gray across it, when you did the original kind of streak highlight. That's why I'm saying to re-highlight. As yeah, no, it's just the lamp. But if you put just like a couple little bit of light across that, your wings are improving drastically. Still the lamp. Okay. So what I would say as well then is your lamp is catching the lines really nicely. And I would look at that photo and I would try to replicate the way the gray is catching, or the way the light catches on those wings, with a bit of gray paint or with a bit of a lighter color, maybe a fleshy tone. Again, to give you that bit of just a bit more of that
like
definition.
a cut of fuckable meat, are you?
Thank you, Brush, the Dark Apostle. Erebus, the Dark Apostle. Giant textured wings. Give me that dry brush. Real awkward question. How does one highlight? Easy. Let's do it. Let's do a lesson on it. I'm going to quickly bury some snow here, and then I'll teach you highlighting 101. How's that sound? This is absolutely, and that's a great question. It's not an awkward question. It's not an embarrassing question. That is a perfectly valid question. Highlight, so I'm going to explain it first and foremost. Highlighting is just going to be the act of increasing the brightness. The easiest way you can do a highlight is called an edge highlight. That is very popular in miniatures because it gives a lot of texture, it makes things bold, it makes things pop, and yeah, it's just a really popular method in miniature painting. Well, there's also sketch highlight, layer highlighting. I've done some sort of highlight on my Dreadnought, but not anything like this. Yeah, that's okay. That's more than okay, man. I'm gonna take you through this. We got your back. We got your back. I need to cough really quick. There we go. What am I going to use for this? What model? I don't really want to use Astaroth for this. Okay, let's grab the troll. Okay. See how... I'm going to close this up for a bit. Where's my lid on that? Jinx, why did I lose my stuff again? Why am I like this? Why am I like this? The question I ask too often on stream. But thank you for the follow, Erebus. I really appreciate that. Hope you're having a great day. What we are going to be doing now. So if you haven't highlighted before, this model already has some highlights on it. But the idea of highlighting, whatever you're looking for, right over there. Beauty. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. Let's use a... So typically what you're going to do is you're going to take a color that is brighter than the one you've already applied. In this instance, I am going to use Cobalt Cyan PB28. I do not expect you to have this color. I just know that this is technically the highlight color to what I've used here because I've been working on this piece for a while, okay? So what we can do here, the idea of applying the highlights like that is going to be taking it and just bringing some texture. Fuck, I need my goggly boys. No, Citadel paint is fine. Good night, Pascal. We're teaching highlighting 101. I don't think you need this lesson. I'm gonna be honest, Pascal. I think you might be a little bit beyond this one. Just maybe. So you have Abaddon Black, okay? Yes? That's the color, or what color did you paint the wings originally? What was your original color that you used? Let's start with that. Because looks like before we get into highlighting, it looks like we're going to take one step backwards and we're going to go into paint mixing first. So let's start with this. You have, what color did you use to apply? Exactly, Vito. That's why we're going to go through how to mix instead. It was Abaddon, then I mixed some Gray Seer with it for the next layer. Okay, so if you want to do it even further, then you would do Gray Seer without the Abaddon Black. So that's how you would do your next layer. But if I want to, I'm going to use the skull here and show you how I would do this. Because I'm like playing around with colors, doing stuff. And I was like, blah, 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 blah. What do I need? Let's grab a brush. Because that's going to be where I can show you the application method. Please ignore what I just did there. And let me get my correct color. I need my Titan buff. I'm using a specific paint for this because I am doing a review of a paint set with this model. So this is one of the few times I'm like, my colors and my brand does matter, but it is because I'm reviewing a product with this. So I need to make sure that I'm being genuine and honest in my review. So we're going to swap to Titan buff. And what I'm going to do here, you won't need to get this detailed, but what your idea is, you're coming in and say along the wings, you're just going to go fuck, ow, fuck, ow. Creating some texture with some small slashes. An example of how that might look when you've built it up is this. See how those are just scratchy little lines? How thin should the paint be? Thin enough to flow off the brush. If the paint is flowing off your brush, it's thin enough. You're just doing some highlights right now. It doesn't need to be a translucent color. You can go a little bit thinner than that, obviously, but right now we're teaching you Fundamentals 101. New post in 8 months. Am I doing social media right? Probably. It's about how I do social media. But yeah, you're focusing on the direction of your pull here, okay? So again, I'll show you. Maybe I'll use a pure. Here we go. So watch here. I'm gonna very carefully. I'm gonna show you. Watch. We're gonna. So for wings, you're just pulling little slashes like this. Okay. Follow the direction and the shape of the wings. You see. Oh, that light is catching weird. Let's forget that. There we go. See how I have it around the mouth here? How there's all of those tiny little lines just kind of falling into each other? That's kind of what we're going for when we're thinking of wings, or especially fleshy wings. If you got meat wing, if you have a meat wing, I am offending myself just with the word meat wings. I need a better way of saying this. If you got skin wing, that's worse. Thicker paint, faster highlights, thinner paint, more control. Everything trades for another. And exactly. One other thing I'll also add on top of that. Meat flap. Fun fact, that got caught by the auto mods. The amount of stuff that... Fuck it, whatever. We got a quick ad breaky hitting. But that's okay. We're not going to be doing too much during that. I need to get finished up on getting the snow applied around these bases so I can get moved on. So we'll deal with the rest of the snow. Paint these rocks, because I need to get these guys off my fucking desk. Like, desperately need them off my desk. Oh, I love this song. Uh, it's like one of the hardest songs for me to not just start singing. So I'm probably going to. I'm in such a fucking state, I don't wanna see your face. Get the fuck up my case, what you gonna do? Feel my head's gonna crack, DSS on my back, all sides on a text up. Yeah, well, you had a mass youth, and you think you saw the truth. Anger growing more acute and blame your family. Things will always be the same, swallow pride with the pain when you go against the grain like you're gonna do. Alienation, my frustrations, fucking with a no-win situation. Love the restarts. Great band. Automod on high authority. We're not good friends. But one of the things I was going to say as well is thicker paint will also get you better opacity and better color saturation. So for your earlier layers, sometimes a bit of thicker paint is actually good because it's going to help you achieve a better saturation to build up from. So what you're doing right now is just pulling some fresh snow in around the rocks to ensure that they are buried in. And then as well, the nice part about this is it helps actually soften out all of the blood. I'm mad because I finally cracked and opened the Voltron kit because I thought I had 3 more weeks. I don't think my auto mod is friends with anybody. It's pretty sensitive. Kind of a crybaby. But I don't have regular enough moderation to be able to go without. Such. We're just getting these giant spiky boys hanging out of the ground. Man, I'm trying to like slowly. I've been like, as I paint more and more Blood Bowl, I think each and every field I have made has been just worse to play on than the one before it. It went from turf to sand to swamp to snow with spikes. You know, if we really wanted to, we could actually come back in and turn these into ice spikes. You'd paint them up as ice. Would be really fun to do. I'm not going to, but it would be a good way to go about it. Just take a little bit of snow. Oh no, these are Gundam metal. Gunpla. Okay, one other final little trick I'm going to teach you guys. You want to really set in a nice environment here? Here, look. Look. Pull a little bit of snow into the brush. I already did that one. And if you're new here, I stream on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. This Monday, I'm probably not going to be live because I have to do a bunch of moving shit. We move on Tuesday. The move is on Tuesday. We've been talking about this for a few months. But yeah, the move is happening on Tuesday. So Monday is going to be probably spent trying to get the last of the shit ready for that. Running all the small stuff over and trying to get like my studio and stuff ready to go. Hilariously, this is the first time I've left my door open all day long and my cats are not harassing me. Also, I really, really, really need to stop and get some Zen. That's also very much on my to-do list right now. So I was like, I gotta get some more Zen. Put some pictures of the kids up. Oh, hell yeah. Let's take a look at that. Yo, that's tight. Good job with your panel lining too. I like all that. Like that red looks really good in there. These are nice kits. One second. Waylanders, I'm not sure if you're still here. I just saw your post in Discord. Really, really, really happy with that. It is really nice. You really good job. And I really like seeing that you've picked your lighting now. You now have a very defined light source. I don't know if you're still in here, Waylanders, but yeah. I really, really love that. That is a huge step up from the earlier image where you were asking for my advice. Is the Gundam small scale? I believe it is out. It came out last year, I thought. The Gundam tabletop game, I'm pretty sure it came out last year. I don't know. I never ended up getting the commission for it because the guy didn't want to pay me for the job before that one. The time on list. Can you check out my landline? Yeah, of course. Of course, Desmond. What you got? Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. I got time. I got time. I'm pretty sure that's you. The Tyranid, right? Above Waylanders? No, it's not. Those are really nice. Those are really fun. Okay. Is this let's take a quick thing. Gonna Planet says November? Oh man, I thought it was coming out next year, or thought it was supposed to be out last year. Bear with me for 1 second, Desmond. I will definitely be giving you a hell yeah on those, but would you like feedback, or do you want me to just showcase them, or would you like me to see, like, point some stuff out on them, kind of go over what I'm seeing? Do we want to do a CNC on this, or we just want to do a quick, like, showing off what you've been doing? Again, I do this again. You just sometimes people don't want critique. It's always good to just ask. Is that what we're looking for? Wake me up when November ends. I will do no such thing. We already got to wake that one dude up when September ends. I can't remember to do it twice. Come and tell us that you're evil, most definitely evil. Come to tell me that you're evil, most definitely. Attention, it's getting harder. I've got to hold her head underwater. Me and my girl got this relationship. Me and my girl, we got a relationship. All if I do represent the LBC, me, la la Louis. It's getting easy. Really want to stick these Voltron parts back into the sandwich bag and pretend I didn't cut them out last night. The boneless channels are still not read only, and there is no category. This is true. That's because you imply that as I always tell people, I don't manage my Discord. I post in it. I don't manage the Discord, though. I post in it, I read in it, I utilize it, but I have somebody else run the server for me. Right, make sure. Excellent. The best part is, there's honestly no right mixture. There's just the amount that looks right for each pass. Okay. I think next up, we got to get the rocks painted, and then these guys are officially done. Got those nice emeralds in the gauntlets. We got the blood on the bases. We got them looking like they're in some nasty old snow. It's a great looking team. You know, you end up with a really nice looking team. And see how much more interesting the snow is now, right? Now it doesn't just look like perfectly pure white snow that's never been touched. Now all of a sudden this looks like there's something happening here, right? Like there's a story to tell. You know, why is the blood why is it so bloody? Well, just wait, we're going to take it a little bit further, I think. I've got the time, right? So let's one by one. We're going to start doing up the rocks, okay? Not even going to prime them. I'm actually going to use a brush I care less about, though. Let's not use a brush I like. Did something similar with my World of Warcraft abominations. Oh, on the I didn't know if you were a World of Warcraft, or I don't know who in here's World of Warcraft guy, but hilariously, Vito, do you know the name of my goggles, or did you know that I named my new magnifying goggles after World of Warcraft? I call my goggles Chunder Fury because they make me horrendously nauseous. Yeah, my visual I call them Chunder Fury because they make me just so sick to have on, but they really do help. The full name was Chunder Fury, Cursed Goggles of the what was it? Cursed Goggles of the Chuck Seeker. This is the Wrath of the Lich King base board. Hell yeah. I remember the old Warcraft board game from like I mean like I'm referring to by like this is like early 2000s, like I'm talking like the Warcraft 3 board game. Okay. I'm going to quickly one by one. I'm going to do the one here first, Stulitzer, so you can see again just like how I'm going to go about this. But I'm going to go to my next blue. Okay. Just very quickly while it's still wet. I'm not even going to bother letting these ones dry. I'm just going to hit them with some blue paint. See how I'm working in that brighter color. And you can even take with a bit of white in your brush now, because you're doing ice. come in and towards the tippy tips. Kind of smash your colors into each other. Let them run around. And then when that's all dried, we'll hit a little bit of white highlight on that. And there you go. Oh, that's tiny. He's tiny. He's so little. But yeah, see, we're just going to come through and do it again. Watch. And there we go. That's the second one with the colors based in. Again, to highlight, bloop, bloop. Done. My first one decades ago. I love that too. It's a great model. That's a great model. And easy motherfucking E, yeah. And like such. We just did the same thing. Well, it's still wet. Here's a bit of white paint. And because it's ice, that's the only time I would ever like just wet blend pure white into what I'm doing. But that's because we're going to use a lot of, yeah. Just because I'm from the CPT, punk police are afraid of me. I was collecting stuff people would throw away, build your own, big on scratch build. And see how we're getting these icicles essentially just jutting out of the ground. I like the idea of giant ice spikes in the middle of the dwarf field. How terrifying would that be? Welcome in, Mark. Oi, oi to you as well. Happy Easter. I'm having a great day so far. Still painting because I'm trying to not think about the fact that I desperately still need to go out and pick up some Zen. Yeah. Well. Once you get hooked, the world's not known. Right? That's how mini painting goes for everybody. It's just like, meh. So, one more time. Hope everybody's having an excellent day. We are doing really good here today. We're just slapping, smashing colors. Couple of raids, couple of visits, couple of follows. Lots of wonderful people hanging out. Thank you for giving me thank you all for joining me for such a wonderful Saturday. It's been a great vibe. It has been a great vibe today. It has been a really good vibe today. Just kind of hanging out, enjoying painting. And like I love when people are asking questions because it's so much easier to focus on or like it's I find that doing an educational stream is a lot easier than trying to just like chat and chat and chat. So when I'm getting when I get specific kind of painting questions that just so happen to be things I'm able to demo on the pieces that I'm working right now, that is kind of an ideal situation. Is it allows me to focus on both chat and the painting and the content, and also I don't have to actually come up with what I'm doing. Believe it or not, guys, when you ask these types of questions, you're saving me from having to think about, okay, what do I do next? What do I say next? What's the next thing that we're moving into after this? Like you actually make my job easier when you ask me, hey, Boneless, can you show me how to do this? We edge the crit. Yes, that is the plan. Because it's just basing, right? So we're gonna do dark, but like we're doing it the simple way right now, Mark, which is blue. We're gonna wet blend some white, get the icicle or ice crystals, right? And then when it's all dry and we've got all of them done, we'll come back, throw a quick edge highlight, maybe a couple little like white edges on a few of these areas. But yes, that is exactly what we're planning on. But I really, really am enjoying the fact that these dwarves look so much more interesting. Blue ice is a wild piece of art and nature. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen it. I just like the concept of these giant spikes of ice coming out of the ground in the middle of a Blood Bowl pitch. Because as I've mentioned, like every Blood Bowl pitch I have painted has been progressively worse than has been progressively worse to play on than the last. You know, like, remember we did the swamp for the blood. Blue ice. Heisenberg. Quickly, wet them, smash your paint, colors together. Yeah, this is all I can say is literally this would be the worst place to ever play a game of like tackle football. It's almost 4 o'clock. Holy shit. Should probably actually wrap it up in the next hour. I don't know. Glass Beach is a good competitor. I did a sandy desert one, but like a glass like I don't know, man. I've been on glass beaches. I'd rather get tackled on a glass beach than get tackled into this. You know, proportionally, these are like 1.5 foot spikes coming out of the ground. Consider, like, these are knee height spikes shooting out of the ground. But yeah, that's all I can think of is just like, what if you landed on one of these? Like, what if your head, like, I mean, I've been tackled on a snowy field before, and your head hitting ice is a terrible sensation. Uh, so hope everybody's been having an awesome day so far. For the half dead roses, and we're here again. No, just posted them. Take a look. Did I put the reference art channel up in it? I did. Haha. I have seen these ones before. So like I've seen this. But yeah, so that's exactly what I'm going for, Mark, except sharper. is the fourth image you posted. Also, yeah, horrifying to ever be in that kind of an environment. But the fourth one that you posted is kind of more what I'm going for. There's some really nice. I mean, I think I've mentioned before, like I've lived in northern Canada before, right? So like, I have gotten to see a lot of ice stuff, or I've gotten to see what different ways things can freeze. And last ones. We got 2 more to go. It makes Sauron even better than him leading the 10 you chosen. I'm deaf then? What am I deaf about? Not chosen, nameless. What are you mocking me for? The reason ice is blue in cartoons? But yeah, honestly, living in northern, definitely deaf. I have no idea what we're talking about right now, but my hearing, not great. No, you attend Chaos Chosen. Not chosen, nameless. No mocking. I meant having seen ice. When I was up in the north, it would. I mean, it was just cold all the time. Convince shouting hours. He does not listen. Oh yeah. Sorry. He thought you were talking actual. Like actual Sauron and his followers. Oh, he meant that would be. Yeah, it was a Lord of the. He was referring to Sauron, Lord of the Rings, the followers of Sauron in Lord of the Rings specifically. It was just missing the context that Sauron is the name of your greater demon. I mean, no, that's not GW. Sorry, really quickly, Stelitzer, Mark doesn't do mini painting. He does busts and he's not into the wargaming side of it. So when he's talking about, I mean, yes, it is because they have the miniatures game, but yeah. When Mark is talking about that kind of stuff, it's coming from the place of, yeah. As he's not really into the wargaming stuff. GW sells the minis. Yeah, not talking the minis though. He's if you say Sauron to Mark, He's thinking of you have printed out like 100mm scale statue of Sauron that you're working on. That's what's in his mind. When you said Sauron, he's thinking like actual statue of Sauron. And yeah, it is a great rule set, Spider. Everything, it's so easy for information to get, it's so easy for it to get like lost in text, which is why I'm like, I'm just gonna explain a couple things for everybody. Oh shoot, I forgot to paint 3 of this guy's icicles. Okay, now I'm gonna go through, do some edge highlight. ICW. No, I'll just say Sauron, Heretic, Astartes, Demon Prince, Corn. I just got a cold from watching Sneezing Up a Storm. Just allergy season here. I'm gonna bring a little tiny bit more of that in. Okay. Used to do Eldar when they were metal back in the fine cast or back in the armor cast days. So see really quickly, I'm gonna grab the they're gonna go to the ones that are dried first, ideally, because I'm having a hard time on the other ones. And you're just gonna drop just throw some final highlights on those rocks. There we go, guys. That's going to be the end of this team. It's also 4 p.m. now. I'm way past when I normally stream till. I normally shut down at about 3 o'clock, or even a little earlier sometimes. So when I'm done these highlights, I'm going to find a good raid target. If anybody knows somebody who we should go and visit, throw a recommendation in chat. But anyone who has a good raid target, especially if it's a new one. Johnny Jeans. I've raided Johnny Jeans a couple times recently. I'm gonna see. I might try and see if we got somebody new. So we've hit him, I think, 2 or 3 times in the last couple weeks. Johnny Egg Jeans. Praise might still be on. We can take a look at Cat's going. That's always a good one, too. We'll take a look. We'll take a look. Okay, I'm almost done. Big Dino. Ooh, I haven't seen who's Big Dino. I do not know them, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish up these highlights. We'll go right into them. I'm gonna slap a little bit more snow around the bottoms of these rocks. Well, and get my photography done while we hang out, and then I'll get my Insta post up, hopefully in the next 10-15 minutes. We're just about done, these guys. But yeah, that's one great painter. Ooh. Yeah, I do not. I'm unfamiliar, so that is absolutely sounds like somewhere to go. Especially because we got rated in by Pascal earlier. Jinx is probably lurking in the background still. Excellent. Grab these last couple ones. How can we end up this way? This guy. There we go. Last one, last one, last one. There we go. Done. Blood Bowl is finished. Big Dino is the handle. Okay, we're gonna go see Big Dino for a raid here, because we are now done our Blood Bowl team. Other than a couple final little touches of putting some more snow in. And there we go. Here to raid off. No worries, Spider. Appreciate you coming along for the raids. We'll get that going now. And again, thank you everybody who is new here, everybody who tuned in. My name is Studio Boneless. I go live Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, usually Mondays, not this Monday because we are moving on Monday and Tuesday. So I will see you guys back for Thursday, assuming internet is ready at the new place. It should be. Let's go see Big Dino. And we're going to raid into... Big Dino, period. 1 second. Did he just go? I think he might have just gone offline. And unless he's not in the same category right now. We might have just missed him. Although Monster Den just went live. They've raided into us a bunch of times recently, so we could also go and start them off. Did they close it down just as I went to go and raid them, Mark? Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, that's what I thought. He shut it down right as we were about to click in. Okay, let's go see Monster Den because he's just booting up. He's been on for 4 minutes. Let's get him started with a rad day. Thank you, everybody, so much for an awesome day, for awesome painting. I will catch you all.